Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Magic School. Please don't ship us. We're really just classmates. Part 1. Lin Wan felt very dizzy. She was sitting in a chair in the hospital's infusion room, a needle in her left hand, as cold medicine dripped into her veins one drop at a time. An old man sat in the seat next to the window, constantly hunching his shoulders and muttering. This window is drafty, it's freezing. Lin Wan glanced at her own seat by the aisle, then at the old man's white hair. Forget it, respect the elderly. Grandpa, let's switch seats. Holding her IV stand, she slowly moved to the window. The old man thanked her repeatedly as he shakily moved over. A cold breeze blew in slightly, but she didn't pay much attention to it. Drowsiness washed over her, and she soon drifted off into a daze. When she opened her eyes again, Lin Wan found herself being held up and marched forward by two figures, one in white robes and one in black. Both wore tall hats. Beneath their feet was a gray road, and the surroundings were shrouded in mist. Wait, who are you? Is this a kidnapping? She struggled to speak. The one in white robes turned his head. His face was handsome but deathly pale and terrifying. Don't make a fuss, we're in a hurry. We have a high quota today. If we don't finish, our performance bonuses will be docked, the one in black robes added. Lin Wan was completely bewildered. What quota? Who on earth are you? You've never heard of the black and white guards. The white impermanence clicked his tongue. A young girl like you, and you don't even have this basic common sense. The black impermanence added, your lifespan has ended. We've come to collect you. These words exploded in Lin Wan's mind like a thunderclap. She suddenly remembered she was just getting an IV for a cold. The doctor said she'd be fine after the infusion. How could she possibly be dead? Impossible. I just have a cold. She argued loudly, but the black and white guards ignored her completely, dragging her straight ahead. A grim, grand hall appeared ahead, guarded by blue-faced, long-fanged sentries. Lin Wan was terrified, her legs turning to jelly, but she couldn't break free. Stepping into the hall, she saw a red-robed, bearded man sitting in the seat of honor, King Yan, who was looking down and fiddling with a tablet. My lord, the person has been brought, the white impermanence said with a bow. King Yan didn't even look up. Send her down. Wait, you must have made a mistake. I'm only 22, and my physical exam was perfectly normal. Lin Wan, drawing courage from who knows where, shouted to stop him. King Yan finally looked up at her, his finger swiping on the tablet. Name. Lin Wan. Age. 22. Cause of death. I just had a cold. I have no idea how I could be dead. King Yan's brow furrowed. His finger suddenly stopped swiping the screen, and he looked up at the black and white guards. Seat number. The white impermanence quickly pulled out a slip of paper. Infusion room, row 3, seat 5. King Yan checked the tablet, his expression changing slightly. Row 3, seat 5 was a 78-year-old man who died of a sudden heart attack. The hall fell silent instantly. The black and white guards looked at each other and hurriedly let go of Lin Wan. She stumbled and fell to the ground, finally realizing what had happened. So, you reaped the wrong soul. The black impermanence scratched his head. We reaped based on the seat number. Who knew you'd switched places with him? The white impermanence whispered, this counts as a major professional error. King Yan rubbed his temples and waved his hand. Send her back, send her back. Hurry up. Lin Wan scrambled up from the ground. Wait. King Yan looked at her. What now? You reaped me by mistake and made me die for nothing. You're just going to send me back like that. Lin Wan said, hands on her hips, sounding perfectly justified. What about mental distress fees? What about lost wages? I've been scared half to death, shouldn't I get some compensation? King Yan's eyes widened. You want compensation too. Otherwise, it was your mistake. In the human world, you'd have to pay up. The black and white guards shrank back beside him. King Yan stared at Lin Wan for a long time before finally sighing. Fine, fine, fine. I'll give you some compensation. Remember to buy a lottery ticket when you get back. Now, hurry along. He looked at the black and white guards. Take her back to her physical body. You got it. The black and white guards picked Lin Wan up again, moving even faster than they had on the way there. Lin Wan was delighted, thinking it wouldn't be bad to get some underworld specialties. She wondered how much she would win. The mist cleared, and they stopped in a cemetery. Lin Wan looked at the tombstone in front of her. Her own photo was on it, and below it was engraved, Lin Wan, 2004-2026. Two people were crouching in front of the tombstone, burning paper money. It was her roommate, Xiao Ya, and the class monitor. Wan, how could you just leave like this? Xiao Ya was sobbing uncontrollably. We agreed to go on a graduation trip together. The class monitor threw paper money into the fire. Take this money. Don't mistreat yourself down there. Lin Wan stood behind them, completely frozen. She slowly turned her head and looked at the black and white guards. What does this mean? The white impermanence gave an awkward smile. Ah, it seems we've arrived a bit late. The black impermanence added, your body has already been cremated. That happened yesterday. Lin Wan looked at the pile of ash in front of the tombstone, then at her friends who were crying their eyes out. She suddenly rushed over, wanting to grab Xiao Ya's neck. Of course, her hand passed right through. Why are you guys so fast? Lin Wan yelled at her two friends. Couldn't you have tried to resuscitate me a bit longer? Would it have killed you to wait 2 days for me? Xiaoya sneezed and rubbed her nose. Why did it suddenly get a bit cold? The class monitor threw another stack of paper money. Wan, is that you? Have you come back? Lin Wan slumped to the ground in despair. The black and white guards walked over. Ah, there's no going back. Only ashes are left. So I'm just dead like this. Lin Wan looked up in despair. Because you reaped the wrong soul, I'm really dead. Sorry about that. The black and white guards scratched their heads. Lin Wan stood up and took a deep breath. Let's go. Back to King Yan. Stepping into the hall of King Yan again, King Yan looked at the three returning figures with a face full of shock. Why are you back again? After hearing about Lin Wan's situation, he remained silent for a long time before finally speaking in a deep voice. It was indeed the underworld's mistake. How about this? I'll let you be reborn with your memories, and you can make some reasonable requests. Lin Wan's eyes lit up. Really? With a wave of King Yan's hand, an electronic screen with a keyboard appeared in front of him. Lin Wan was instantly dumbfounded. The underworld, is this high-tech? King Yan gave her a sidelong glance. What? The underworld isn't allowed to keep up with the times. Hurry up and say it. What do you want? Lin Wan rubbed her hands together and began excitedly. I want to be fair-skinned and beautiful, the kind that's exceptionally gorgeous. I want to be able to eat whatever I want without getting fat. I also want a photographic memory and to be a super fast learner. Oh, and I want to be a heartthrob. Hardly anyone pursued me in my past life, so I want to experience being loved by many people in this life. Ideally, little animals and everything should love me too. Fluffy things are the cutest. She got more and more excited as she spoke. All my future boyfriends have to be super handsome. My family background should be good, it's best if they're wealthy and powerful. My parents should be loving, don't give me any of those melodramatic family dramas. King Yan tapped rapidly on the keyboard, his face growing darker and darker. Lin Wan continued incessantly, it would be even better if I had some special abilities, like magic or superpowers or something. Enough. King Yan slammed the table. Lin Wan jumped in startle. King Yan stood up, his beard shaking with rage. I'm giving you compensation, and you're here making wishes. Magic and superpowers. Why don't you just ask for the moon while you're at it? Lin Wan whispered, haven't I already reached the heavens? Shut up. King Yan waved his hand grandly. Off to reincarnation with you. A massive suction force pulled at her. Before Lin Wan could react, she was sucked into a swirling tunnel. I haven't finished yet, her voice echoed through the tunnel. The black and white guards looked at the hole where Lin Wan had disappeared, hesitating for a moment. White impermanence. Boss, that tunnel seems to lead to the fanfiction world. Black impermanence, and it seems to be the HP fanfiction section. King Yan froze for a moment, then straightened his back. I didn't promise her which world she'd go to. Didn't she want magic and superpowers? This is perfect. The black and white guards looked at each other and silently shut their mouths. Inside the tunnel, Lin Wan was still tumbling. Only one thought remained in her head. Crap. I made too many requests and ticked off King Yan. Where on earth am I being reborn now? Lin Wan opened her eyes to a blur of light and shadow. She blinked, and her vision slowly became clear. She saw a light blue ceiling above her, Decorated with several moving star and moon ornaments, they were actually moving, drifting slowly back and forth. What's going on? Lin Wan tried to sit up, but found her body completely refused to obey her. She struggled to move her arm, only to see a chubby little white hand waving in front of her eyes. A baby's hand. Holy crap. She opened her mouth to curse, but only a goo goo ga ga sound came out. Lin Wan was stunned. She tried to recall what had happened before, the underworld, King Yama, that spinning tunnel. King Yama. She cursed wildly in her heart. What happened to the compensation we agreed on? What about letting me make requests? You threw me out before I could even finish. What is this supposed to be? Reborn as a baby. And a foreign baby at that. She could hear people talking, and they were speaking English. Fortunately, her major in college was English. Thanks to her hard work, she had passed the TEM8, so daily conversation wouldn't be a problem. She's awake, Vesper, come look. A woman's voice said, sounding very gentle. Footsteps approached, and a face appeared above Lin Wan. It was a very beautiful woman with long brown hair and brown eyes, smiling down at her. My little Arya, are you awake? The woman reached out and gently stroked her face. Lin Wan tried to speak, but only made a cooing sound again. Another face leaned in, a blond man wearing glasses, looking very gentle. Freya, she seems to be looking at us, the man said. Of course she is, our daughter is very smart, the woman named Freya said as she picked Lin Wan up. Only then did Lin Wan see her surroundings clearly. This was a very beautiful nursery, and on a small desk were several thick books with stars and wands drawn on the covers. Wait, wands. Lin Wan's heart skipped a beat. Freya carried her around the room, humming a song. Vesper followed beside her, holding a baby bottle. By the way, mother sent a letter yesterday. She asked when we're bringing Arya back to Leora Manor. In a while. What about your father's side? Father said the Selwyn family is always welcome, Vesper smiled. But he said it's best not to let people from both families appear at the same time, to avoid another argument. Lin Wan listened, her mind racing. Freya put Lin Wan back in the crib and turned to Vesper. By the way, Hogwarts acceptance letters are usually sent out at age 11, right? Yes, Headmaster Dumbledore has always been very punctual. Lin Wan's mind went, boom. Hogwarts. Dumbledore. She widened her eyes, staring at the couple in front of her. Freya noticed her expression and laughed. Look, she seems to understand. How is that possible? She's only 3 months old. Vesper also laughed, then he made a movement, pulling a long, thin wooden stick from his pocket and giving the baby bottle a gentle tap. The bottle floated up on its own and landed steadily on the small table next to the crib. Arya looked at that wooden stick, then at the floating bottle. Magic. It really was magic. She had been reborn into the world of Harry Potter. Lin Wan's mouth hung open, unable to speak for a long time. Of course, she couldn't speak anyway, she could only make baby babbling sounds. Her inner self had completely collapsed. The Harry Potter world. That world where Lord Voldemort kills people everywhere, the basilisk crawls in the pipes, and dementors fly all over the sky. That world where first-year students have to face the Philosopher's Stone, second years have to fight a basilisk, and third years have to deal with dementors. And she only remembered the general plot. The specific details had long been forgotten. She had watched the movies as a kid, and she hadn't even finished the novels. She only knew a few main characters and major events, but the specific timeline, how things happened exactly, what specific dangers there were. She'd forgotten it all. What a disastrous start. King Yama definitely did this on purpose. Just because she asked for too many things, he threw her into this high-risk world. Wah! Lin Wan couldn't help it, she really started crying. It wasn't an act, it was real crying. Freya quickly picked her up. What's wrong? What's wrong? Are you hungry? Vesper scrambled to get the baby bottle. While crying, Lin Wan thought, it's over, it's all over. In this world, even Muggle-borns can be discriminated against, and she didn't even know what her background was yet. What if it was a Death Eater family? Wouldn't that be even worse? Wait, what did they just say? Selwyn family. Leora family. Lin Wan tried hard to remember. The Selwyns seemed to be an ancient pure-blood family, but she hadn't heard of the Leora family. Freya gently patted her back, and Lin Wan slowly stopped crying. She calmed down and began to analyze the current situation. First, she was reborn with her previous life's memories. Second, she was in the Harry Potter world, and she was currently a baby. Third, both parents could use magic, and it sounded like they had significant family backgrounds. Fourth, she only remembered the general plot, and the specific details were fuzzy. Fifth, she had to survive first. Right, stay low and survive, Lin Wan encouraged herself in her heart. A baby is a baby, at least it's safe. Observe first, gather information, and wait until I grow up. She decided to play the part of a normal baby. Well, as normal as possible, after all, she really couldn't pretend to be completely ignorant and innocent. From now on, she was Arya. Time passed day by day. Arya gradually adapted to life as a baby. Feeding, sleeping, being carried around. She discovered that this house was very large, it was a manor, and the family had a house elf. When she first saw that creature with big eyes and large ears, she almost screamed again. The house elf was named Pabi, and he was exceptionally good to Arya, often secretly giving her a bit more baby snacks. Her parents doted on her immensely. Freya was a spirited woman and very powerful with magic. Arya had seen her wave her wand to make all the flowers in the garden bloom at once, and had also seen her hopping mad when a pot exploded while she was cooking. Then Vesper would quickly come over to soothe her, using a mending charm to restore the kitchen to its original state. Vesper. Arya discovered that her father was truly a hopeless romantic. He listened to everything Freya said. If Freya wanted to take Arya to a Muggle park to play, Vesper would immediately go to prepare. If Freya said she wanted to try a Muggle baby stroller, Vesper would secretly go and buy one. He even cast a shock-absorbing charm and an invisibility charm on it, so that Muggles wouldn't see the stroller floating on its own. Vesper, you're going to spoil her like this, Freya would sometimes say. She's our daughter, what's wrong with spoiling her? Vesper said righteously. Listening to them, Arya felt a bit of warmth in her heart. In her previous life, she was an orphan and had never experienced the love of parents. Now, although the situation was quite a pit, at least, these parents truly loved her. She also slowly pieced together more information from her parents' conversations. The Selwyn family was an ancient Slytherin family, and Vesper was the current head of the family. The Leora family was a Gryffindor family, and Freya was the youngest daughter. The two families had been at odds for many years. The way your father looked at me last time, tisk tisk, Freya said while changing Arya's diaper. It was as if I'd kidnapped his son. You did kidnap me, though, Vesper said, hugging her from behind. Go on with you, Freya laughed and pushed him away. It's because I have good taste and chose the best one. Of course. Arya watched her parents being all lovey-dovey and thought silently, so much PDA, but it's better than fighting every day. She had also seen people from both families come to visit her. Grandpa Alorn, Vesper's father, was a serious old man, dressed in exquisite robes and carrying a snakehead cane. When he came to see Arya, there was no expression on his face, but when he left, he secretly left a pile of galleons in the crib. Grandma Talia, Freya's mother, was a warm old lady who would pick Arya up and kiss her repeatedly as soon as she arrived, and she brought a large pile of hand-knitted little sweaters. When the two families met, the atmosphere was very subtle. Mr. Alorn, Grandma Talia nodded politely. Madam Talia, Grandpa Alorn also nodded. And then there was no more conversation. But they were both exceptionally good to Arya. Grandpa Alorn would bring ancient magical toys, and Grandma Talia would sing lullabies to coax her to sleep. One time, Arya heard her parents talking in the living room. Don't take those rumors outside to heart, Vesper's voice said. I don't care at all. What about Slytherin and Gryffindor? Are we not doing well? Of course we are. It's just. Just what? If anyone dares to say anything to our faces, just watch me beat them up. Vesper laughed. Yes, my wife is the most powerful. It was you who married up in the first place. Right, I married up. Arya listened from her crib, and she slowly understood. Her family was very special. Her father was from Slytherin, her mother was from Gryffindor, the two families didn't get along, but both were very protective of their own. Because of her mother, her father hadn't led the family to join the Death Eaters. Moreover, her parents were powerful and had strong family backgrounds, so no one dared to look for trouble to their faces. This was good news. At least she wasn't born into a Death Eater family, nor was she born into a poor one. She had resources, protection, and a way out. A few months passed, and Arya slowly grew up. She could sit up now and make more syllables. She also accepted reality. Since she was already here, what else could she do? Die and go back to settle scores with King Yama. King Yama probably wouldn't own up to it anyway. Then she would just live on. In this dangerous magical world, she would use the information she knew, though it wasn't much, to try her best to protect herself and the people around her. As for those protagonists, Arya thought of Harry, Hermione, Ron, as well as the twins, Cedric. She was a baby now, and there were still 11 years before the plot began. She had plenty of time to prepare. Stay low and develop first. Once I can speak and walk, I'll slowly plan. I just don't know if King Yama actually gave me those requests I asked for. She watched the star and moon ornaments on the ceiling drift slowly by and reached out to grab them. Her little hand waved in the air but didn't catch anything. Freya walked over, smiling as she plucked the star and put it in her hand. You like this? Mommy will get it for you. Arya grabbed the star, and it emitted a soft light in her hand. She looked up at Freya's gentle smiling face, then at Vesper's doting gaze nearby. Fine. Since she was living again, had parents who loved her, and had a good starting point. Then in this world, she would live a good life. The days passed one by one. Arya was already able to walk steadily around the room. Her short legs took firm steps, and her movements, reaching out to grab things or turning to run, were all very nimble. However, her speech was still not fluent. She could only pop out a few words at a time, haltingly. Leaning against a cushion, she toyed with a plush doll in her hands, grumbling in her heart for the umpteenth time. That swindler Yan Wang. He threw me over here without even knowing if I have a gold finger. While she was bored out of her mind, a crisp knock sounded from outside the door, and Pobby's voice rang through. Master, Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy have arrived for a visit with the young master. Arya's little ears instantly perked up straight, and the doll in her hand fell onto the carpet with a thud. Malfoy. Is it that blonde, Sunere Draco? Her little brain whirred rapidly as she tried to piece together the timeline, her short legs unconsciously shuffling toward the door. Freya pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing the little girl on tiptoes clinging to the doorframe, she smiled and bent down to pick her up. Little Arya, we have guests. Shall we go to the living room? Okay, Tilda. Arya responded in a soft, sweet voice, wrapping her small hands around her mother's neck. Vesper also stepped out of the study, smoothing his wizard robes. Lucius and Narcissa have arrived. They just walked in, and they brought little Draco along. He's the same age as our Arya. Freya replied with a smile, carrying Arya toward the living room. Arya's heart skipped a beat. It really was Draco Malfoy. The Slytherin boy who, in the original work, was always at odds with Harry yet hid a soft side. She hadn't expected to meet him so early. The living room was warm and cozy. On an exquisite carved sofa, Lucius sat in dark green robes, his blonde hair combed meticulously, lightly gripping a snake-headed cane. There was an innate arrogance in his features, yet he showed a familiar smile toward Vesper. Narcissa, dressed in soft blue formal robes, sat elegantly to the side, holding the hand of a soft, cute blonde boy, Draco. The little fellow's soft blonde hair clung to his forehead, and his gray-blue eyes were bright. He was taking steady little steps, wandering curiously around the living room. Vesper, long time no see. Lucius stood up and shook hands with Vesper, his tone carrying the casualness of old friends. Lucius, please, sit. Vesper gestured with a smile. The two shared a look, reflecting the mutual understanding of pure-blood families who had been close for many years. Narcissa also rose and shared a light hug with Freya. Her gaze fell on Arya and instantly softened. Freya, this must be Arya. She's so beautiful, like a little angel. Thank you, Narcissa. You sit as well. Freya set Arya on the ground and let go. The little girl immediately stood tall and steady. How old are you, Arya? Narcissa asked with a smile, patting Arya. 1 year, and 8 months old, Arya said haltingly to Narcissa, tilting her little face up. Narcissa was amused by her adorable appearance. Draco, come say hello to Arya. Hearing this, Draco stopped his wandering and turned to look at Arya. Their eyes met. The blond boy blinked, tilted his little head, and popped out two words in a milky voice. Yo. Hello. Arya curiously observed the Draco in front of her. He was completely different from the arrogant teenager in her memory. Right now, he was just a soft little toddler. Lucius and Vesper exchanged a look and smiled as they headed toward the study. We'll go to the study to catch up. Let the children play together while the ladies chat. All right, go ahead, Freya replied. After the adults left, only Freya, Narcissa, and the two little ones huddled together remained in the living room. Draco stared at Arya for a long time, then suddenly reached out a chubby hand to touch the brown hair falling over Arya's shoulders, muttering. Hair, soft. Arya tilted her head slightly to avoid his hand, wrinkling her little nose. Don't touch. Draco's hand froze in midair, his little mouth pouting slightly, a bit unhappy. Yet he didn't give up and leaned in closer. Play, toy. He pointed to the plush bear Arya had dropped on the floor earlier. Arya looked at the toy, then at his aggrieved little face. After a moment's hesitation, she bent down to pick up the bear and held it out to him. For you. Draco's eyes lit up instantly. He took the bear, grinned, and handed over his own little magic rocking horse. For you, play. And so, the two little ones began playing quietly on the carpet, handing each other toys and small items. They communicated quite smoothly, despite the occasional incoherent words. At home, Draco doesn't like playing with others. Narcissa said to Freya with a smile, seeing her son's rare initiative. He's especially clingy to Arya today. Children are like that. When they meet a companion they get along with, they naturally become close. Freya picked up her teacup and took a light sip, her tone natural. By the way, Narcissa's voice drifted over, gentle yet with a hint of casualness. I heard from Lucius that Vesper has been very busy at the Ministry of Magic lately. Yes. Freya nodded slightly, a trace of relief in her eyes. After you know who fell, there's been a lot of mess to clean up. Fortunately, the Selwyn family has always remained neutral and wasn't too involved. Narcissa also nodded, her expression relieved. The House of Malfoy as well. Lucius said it's lucky we listened to Vesper back then, and acted with caution. Listening to their conversation, Arya instantly pieced together the timeline in her head. You know who had fallen recently? Harry was likely staying with the Dursley family. Everything matched the original story. While playing with the little rocking horse, she stole a glance at Draco. The little fellow was currently focused on posing the plush bear with a serious face, showing none of his future arrogance. As they played, Draco tried to lean in and grab Arya's small hand again. Arya was getting a bit annoyed by his persistence. She lightly patted away his chubby palm, her voice soft but firm. No pulling. His hand being patted away, Draco's mouth instantly turned down, and his gray eyes welled up with tears, looking like he was about to cry. He pointed at Arya aggrievedly. She hit me. Narcissa quickly set down her teacup, hurried over, and picked him up, gently patting his back to soothe him. Don't cry, Draco. Arya didn't mean it, she just didn't want to be touched, right? Freya also crouched down and patted Arya's little head. Arya, you shouldn't just hit other children. You have to use your words. I know. Arya lowered her head and apologized in a small voice. In her heart, she grumbled silently. So young and already so delicate, he really does have Draco's temperament. Just then, Lucius and Vesper came out of the study. Lucius's expression had relaxed considerably, clearly, they had a pleasant conversation. Finished talking? Narcissa asked, standing up while holding Draco. Yes, it was a very enjoyable chat. Lucius nodded, his gaze falling on the two little ones, a rare faint smile appearing. It seems the children are getting along quite well. We should visit each other often from now on. Certainly. We'll visit Malfoy Manor next time, Freya replied with a smile. Narcissa carried Draco toward the door, but he kept twisting his little body, reaching out toward Arya and muttering incessantly. Arya, play, next time, play. Arya stood where she was and gave him a little wave. Okay, next time. After seeing off the Malfoy family, Freya held Arya's hand and walked slowly back to the room, teasing her. Does Arya like little Draco? You can play together often in the future. Arya looked up, rolling her eyes internally, but said, okay. Freya tucked her into her small bed and kissed her forehead. You must be tired from playing. Have a good sleep. Arya lay down obediently, her little eyelids gradually drooping. Looking at the floating starlight decorations on the ceiling, she thought silently about the House of Malfoy, the pure-blood families, and their Death Eater pasts. And the countless storms of the future. Perhaps she could do something, but for now, she should just get through these childhood years peacefully. As she thought, Arya let out a small yawn and fell into a deep sleep. The days passed by in a leisurely manner. The Malfoys visited several more times later on, and every time, Narcissa would bring Draco along. And every time Draco saw Arya, he would instinctively gravitate toward her. Over time, Arya gradually grew used to it. Occasionally, she would play with Draco, if those childish antics could even be called playing. Draco always liked to reach out and grab her hair, tug at her hem, and clutch her small hand without letting go. Most of the time, Arya let him be. As long as he didn't go too far, she didn't bother to argue. Until one time, he was clumsy and reckless, grabbing her so hard it actually hurt. Without a second thought, Arya slapped him back. Draco's eyes welled up instantly, and he began to cry out of grievance. Narcissa hurried forward to coax him gently, while Freya came over to check if Arya was injured. Are the two little ones having a spat? Freya asked with a smile. Draco started it, Narcissa said, looking a bit embarrassed. This child has never known his own strength. Arya grumbled inwardly. This is nothing, you'll have plenty more headaches later on. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Arya was 5 years old. Draco was also 5. He still frequently ran to Selwyn Manor, following Arya around like a shadow. Arya, look at this. Draco held up a model of a golden snitch high, his tone full of boasting. Father gave it to me. It really flies. Arya gave it a brief glance. Oh. What do you mean, oh? Draco immediately became unhappy. This is a limited edition. I know. Arya lowered her head and continued flipping through the book in her hand, Elementary Magic Theory. Draco leaned in beside her, pouting. Why are you looking at that? You can't even understand it. I can understand it, Arya replied calmly. Liar. Draco snorted disdainfully. You're only 5. Arya didn't bother responding to him anymore. Draco sat down beside her, fell silent for a moment, and then spoke in a low voice. Arya, my father said your family is also a pure-blood family. But my mother said your mother was a Gryffindor. Draco's voice carried a hint of awkwardness. Gryffindor isn't very good. Arya slowly raised her head, her gaze resting quietly on him. Draco felt a bit flustered under her gaze, but he braced himself and continued. My father says Slytherin is the most noble house. Gryffindors are all a bunch of reckless brutes. Arya closed the book. What did you say? She asked softly. Draco subconsciously swallowed. I said, Gryffindor isn't good. You should be like your father and go to Slytherin. But your mother was a Gryffindor, so your half of your blood isn't very good. Arya stood up. Draco hurriedly stood up as well, instinctively taking a step back. What are you doing? Say that again. Arya's voice remained calm, but it carried an unquestionable sense of pressure. I'm telling the truth. Draco raised his voice, trying to bolster his courage. My father said so. Pure blood families should keep their bloodlines pure. Gryffindors are too close to Muggles, and that's just bad. Arya suddenly smiled. It wasn't a happy smile, but a cold smirk that said, you're finished. Draco took another panicked step back. Draco, Arya approached him step by step. Do you know that even though my mother was a Gryffindor, she alone could beat 3 of your fathers? Draco's eyes widened. Impossible. My father is the best. Oh. Arya was already standing right in front of him. Then do you want to see if I can beat 3 of you? Draco turned around, wanting to run. Unfortunately, it was too late. Arya reached out and grabbed his collar, dragging him back, and raised her hand to land a light punch on his belly. Of course, she didn't use much force. How strong could a 5-year-old be? But Draco still let out a cry of pain. You hit me. He shrieked. I did hit you. Arya remained expressionless. If you dare say another bad word about my mother, I'll hit you again. My father said. Another punch. Ah. Your father is talking nonsense. Arya let go of him. Go home and tell your father that if he keeps teaching you this rubbish, next time I'll go to Malfoy Manor to teach you a lesson. Draco clutched his stomach, his eyes red, but he managed not to cry. He glared at Arya for several seconds before finally turning and running out. Arya dusted off her hands, sat back in her chair, and continued reading. Not long after, Draco came dawdling back. He stood at the door, not daring to enter. What is it? Arya didn't even look up. My father told me to come and apologize. Draco's voice was as quiet as a mosquito's buzz. Oh, I'm sorry. Draco lowered his head. I shouldn't have said that about your mother. Only then did Arya raise her head to look at the small figure at the door. His blonde hair was messy, his robes were wrinkled, and his eyes were red, yet he was trying his best to look sincere in his apology. Seeing this, Arya's heart softened. She let out a helpless sigh. Come in. Draco walked in slowly and sat down obediently 2 steps away from her. Arya leaned over, reaching out to gently tidy his messy blonde hair and smooth out the wrinkled corners of his robes. Does it still hurt? Arya asked, looking at Draco. Draco shook his head at first, then nodded slightly. A little. Serves you right. Arya's tone was flat. Do you dare say such things again? I won't. Draco immediately shook his head. Arya gently pushed the book toward him. Want to read together? Draco immediately huddled closer, quietly reading the book with her and listening to Arya's explanations. From then on, Draco still followed Arya around every day, but he never dared to say a single bad word about her mother again. Occasionally, in a moment of impulse, he would be about to speak, but as soon as he caught sight of Arya's slightly raised fist, he would immediately shut his mouth. Once, while chatting with Freya, Narcissa couldn't help but remark, Draco listens to Arya even more than he listens to Lucius and me now. Freya just gave a gentle smile. They're just children, that's how it is. Who would have thought that the proud and awkward young master from the original story, Draco Malfoy, would now become her inseparable little sidekick. His mouth was still sharp, but at least he had learned to be afraid. As for the future, Arya looked out the window. In the garden of Selwyn Manor, Hobby the house elf was carefully pruning the shrubs. Future matters would be dealt with in the future. For now, she just needed to grow up peacefully. What? The Muggle world. Arya put down the Illustrated Guide to Beginner Transfiguration in her hand and looked up at Freya, her light brown eyes filled with shock. That's right. I've wanted to experience authentic Muggle life for a long time, just for a few months. Dad has already nodded in agreement. Vesper walked out of the study holding a teacup and sighed helplessly, his eyes behind his glasses full of compromise. Do you call that agreement? I was badgered into it and forced to say yes. Is there a difference? Freya raised an eyebrow, a sly smile playing on her lips. No difference. Vesper shook his head resignedly, completely giving up on arguing. Arya's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and her fingers tightened slightly. Where are we going to live? A small town called Privet Drive. I've already had someone look into a house. The whole neighborhood consists of orderly Muggle residences, and the environment is quiet and safe. Freya stood up, her tone light, already beginning to look forward to their upcoming life. Clatter. The book in Arya's hand fell straight onto the carpet, and her breath hitched. Privet Drive. Isn't the Dursley family right next door? Isn't that where Harry Potter lives? When are we moving? Her voice was slightly dry. Next week. Freya turned and walked toward the stairs. I'm going to pack. You two should also hurry and organize the magic items you need to bring. Don't leave anything behind. Once Freya's figure disappeared around the corner of the stairs, Arya immediately turned to Vesper, her small face full of confusion. Dad, why does Mom suddenly want to go to the Muggle world? She's never mentioned such a sudden decision before. Vesper pushed up his glasses and crouched down to look his daughter in the eye. Ever since your mother graduated from Hogwarts, she's been curious about the Muggle world. She said she wants you to be exposed to different environments from a young age, without being bound by the constraints of pure blood status. And he paused. She said an old friend's child lives there, and she can't stop worrying, so she wants to go look after them. An old friend's child. In Arya's mind, the image of that small, thin, green-eyed boy with broken glasses instantly flashed. Harry Potter, the savior destined to be caught in countless storms. The news traveled quickly through the secret connections between wizards, soon reaching Malfoy Manor. Within half a day, Draco burst through the gates of Selwyn Manor. His normally neat blonde hair was a mess from running, and his face was flushed red. Arya, you're moving to the Muggle world. He rushed straight to Arya, who was packing books, and stared at her with wide gray eyes, his tone full of exasperation. Arya placed a copy of An Introduction to the History of Magic into a wooden crate without looking up. Why go to a place like that? The Muggle world is dirty and messy, there's no magic at all, and you can't even fly broomsticks whenever you want. Draco's voice rose a few notches, instinctively wanting to repeat what Lucius often said. My father says Muggles are all. Are all what? Arya finally stopped what she was doing and turned to look at him. Draco choked on his words instantly. Remembering the last time Arya had scolded him severely for disparaging Muggles without restraint, his volume immediately dropped, and he awkwardly turned his face away. Nothing. It's my mom's idea. We're only staying for a few months before coming back. A few months. Draco was like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, instantly bristling. Then I won't see you for a long time. I wanted to invite you to Diagon Alley to see the new broomstick models, and I wanted to take you to the gardens at Malfoy Manor to play. Arya looked up at him and spoke with a hint of comfort, you can write to me. Owls are too conspicuous in the Muggle world. Draco stomped his feet in frustration, his small brows furrowed. And Muggle houses aren't connected to the flow network at all, it's just too much trouble. But Mom has already decided. Arya waved her hand helplessly. Draco stood to the side, staring at her huffily. After a long standoff, he finally gave a heavy huff, turned, and ran out without even saying goodbye. On the morning of the move, Arya walked out the door clutching her small box, only to unexpectedly see Draco standing at the manor gates. He was wearing a crisp, dark green young wizard's robe, his blonde hair neatly combed again. He held an exquisitely wrapped dark blue box, his cheeks slightly puffed out as he awkwardly turned his face away. Why are you here? Arya stepped forward and asked softly. Just passing by. Draco stiffened his neck, his tone stiff, yet his eyes unconsciously drifted toward her. As soon as Arya stood still, Draco suddenly thrust the box into her hands. As if afraid of being rejected, he quickly pulled his hand back. For you. What is this? Arya looked down at the box in her hands. The ribbon was tied neatly, it was clear it had been prepared with care. A parting gift. If you don't like it, just throw it away. Draco turned his face away, his voice muffled, carrying a hint of imperceptible nervousness. Arya gently opened the box. Inside lay an exquisitely crafted golden snitch model. It trembled slightly at a light touch, looking lifelike. Thank you, Draco. She looked up at him, a faint smile curving her lips. Only then did Draco turn to look at her. His gray-blue eyes were filled with complex emotions, reluctance, grievance, and a hint of stubbornness. You must come back early. You're not allowed to stay in the Muggle world for too long. I will. The Muggle world is dangerous. You're not allowed to run around randomly, and you're not allowed to talk to strange Muggles. He nagged her with instructions, looking exceptionally adorable like a little adult. I know. And Draco bit his lower lip, hesitated for a long time, and added in a small voice. You must remember to write to me. Arya couldn't help but smile and nodded in agreement. All right, I'll definitely write to you. Draco's cheeks turned completely red. Without another word, he turned and ran quickly back to the Malfoy family carriage waiting nearby. He didn't peek out again until the carriage had driven far away. Number 4, Privet Drive was an orderly two-story house with brick red exterior walls and white window frames, looking exactly like the surrounding houses, clean and ordinary. Arya stood in the center of the living room, looking through the French windows at the house next door. Number 3, Privet Drive, the Dursley family's house. The curtains twitched slightly, and a small, thin figure flashed by, too fast to catch. That was Harry. Mom, why did we choose this place of all places? Arya turned to look at Freya, who was directing the house elf Pobby to arrange the furniture. Pobby had cast a Muggle-ignoring charm, so in the eyes of the Dursley family, he was just a nimble, ordinary mover. The environment is good here, and the security is great. It's very suitable for living, Freya responded with a smile, though her eyes dodged slightly. Is it really just that? Arya looked straight at her, her small face full of seriousness. Freya was silent for a few seconds, then crouched down and took her daughter's small hand, her tone softening. All right, Mom won't hide it from you. The boy living next door is named Harry Potter. His mother, Lily, was a good friend of mine at Hogwarts. Arya's heart gave a violent jolt. After what happened to Lily and James, Harry was sent to his aunt's house, and I've been worried ever since. Freya's voice lowered a bit, her eyes full of heartache. I've quietly inquired, and he isn't doing well here. So I wanted to move here, at least to be near him and look after him occasionally, so he doesn't have to suffer too much. How does Mom know he's not doing well? Arya asked softly. Freya ruffled her hair and smiled without saying a word. Mom has her own little ways. On the second day after moving to Privet Drive, Freya baked butter cookies early and, holding Arya's hand, walked straight into the Dursley family's yard. Harry was crouching in a corner of the yard, laboriously pulling weeds, his thin, small body curled into a ball. He wore old, faded clothes with sleeves rolled up several times, and the glasses on his nose had a broken arm, barely held together with transparent tape, making him look particularly miserable. Hearing footsteps, Harry jerked his head up, his green eyes filled with wariness and confusion, his hand clutching the weeds tightened instantly, and his body tensed slightly. Hello there, little one. Freya was the first to speak. She knelt down to be at eye level with Harry, moving as gently as possible so as not to frighten him. We are the neighbors who just moved in next door. I'm Freya, and this is my daughter, Arya. Harry pursed his dry, cracked lips and responded in a small voice, my name is Harry. Harry, that's a very nice name, Freya said with a smile, handing him a golden, crispy butter cookie. I just baked these. Try one, they taste quite good. Harry hesitated for a moment, looking at Freya's gentle eyes before softly taking the cookie. Thank you. You don't need to be so nervous, we're just neighbors. Looking at his thin cheeks, ragged clothes, and the cowardice and exhaustion hidden in his eyes, Freya felt a pang of heartache. If you ever need help with anything, like if something is too heavy to carry or if you run into trouble, you can come find us next door anytime. Harry lowered his head and took small bites of the cookie. He didn't dare speak, but he quietly glanced up, observing the gentle woman and the quiet little girl beside her. Just then, Petunia's sharp, piercing voice came from inside the house. Harry, what are you dawdling out there for? Finish weeding and get inside to take out the trash and wash the windows. There's a pile of work waiting for you, so don't you dare slack off. Harry's body stiffened. He immediately dropped the weeds in his hand and gave Freya and Arya a panicked nod. After whispering, I have to go to work, he turned and ran quickly back into the house. Freya watched the direction in which he had disappeared and sighed softly, her eyes full of heartache and helplessness. This child has it far too hard. Lily was so gentle and kind, her child should have grown up cherished in the palm of one's hand. On the third day, Arya learned what her mother's method was. Vernon Dursley, Harry's uncle, served as a sales manager at a drill company. And this company had just had a majority of its shares acquired by an anonymous investor last week. The new senior management was to conduct their first inspection today. Vernon stood at the company entrance early, a fawning smile plastered on his fat face, his beer belly protruding high. He rubbed his hands together nervously, pacing back and forth. A black sedan slowly came to a stop, and Freya stepped out. Dressed in a well-tailored suit skirt with her blonde hair pulled back into a neat bun, her aura was capable and powerful, a world apart from her usual gentle demeanor. Mr. Dursley. Freya extended her hand, her tone calm but carrying an unquestionable presence. That's me. Ms. Selwyn, welcome. I am the sales department manager, Vernon Dursley. Vernon hurried to grasp her hand with both of his, bowing and scraping with a tone full of flattery, his palms breaking into a cold sweat. I've reviewed your work profile. Your performance is decent, Freya said with a slight nod, her tone flat. Vernon's smile was so wide his eyes narrowed into slits as he thanked her repeatedly. Thank you for the praise, Director. I will certainly work twice as hard from now on and never let down your expectations. Sitting in the back seat of the sedan, Arya watched this scene and marveled silently. The power of money was indeed a universal magic that worked in both the wizard and muggle worlds. From then on, Freya became Vernon's direct superior, holding absolute authority over his promotions, raises, and performance reviews. After moving, Vesper's life remained convenient. He had the flow network connected to the living room fireplace. Every morning, he only needed to step into the fireplace and clearly shout, "Ministry of Magic." With a flash of green flames, he could arrive directly at his office, which was even more convenient than Muggle commuting. "I'll be back for dinner tonight. You two be good at home." Vesper kissed Freya's cheek, ruffled Arya's hair, and stepped into the fireplace. Green flames instantly enveloped him, and he vanished the next second. Over the next few days, Arya often stood by the window, watching Harry being ordered around at will by Petunia and Vernon, while Dudley played and ate nearby, occasionally bullying Harry. Watching Harry's small figure busy with chores, she had originally intended to stay far away from the protagonist, but the more she watched, the more her heartache grew. Finally, at dusk, she walked over to Freya, who was looking through some documents. "Mom, let's invite the Dursley family over for dinner," Arya said seriously, tugging at Freya's sleeve. Freya put down the documents, somewhat surprised. "Why the sudden desire to invite them? You're his boss. Inviting a subordinate to dinner can build rapport and also let us see how Harry is doing." Arya blinked and shared her thoughts. "Besides, I want to do something for Harry." Seeing the earnestness and kindness in her daughter's eyes, Freya smiled and stroked her head. "All right, we'll do as you say. I'll call Vernon now to invite them. It'll also give us a chance to interact with Harry." When Vernon received the invitation, he was overwhelmed by the favor and so excited he nearly jumped. "The boss is inviting us to dinner. At her house." He shouted at Petunia, his face full of ecstasy. Yes, it's that Selwyn family that just moved in. Excellent, this must be a sign that I'm getting a promotion." On the weekend evening, the Dursley family dressed in their best clothes and arrived at number 4 on time. Vernon's large belly strained against his suit, Petunia wore a gaudy dress with thick powder on her face, and Dudley started eyeing the snacks on the table and sneakily eating them as soon as he entered. Harry followed at the very back, wearing Dudley's old clothes. The sleeves were too long and the pants too short, making him look extremely awkward. "Ms. Selwyn, thank you for the invitation. It is truly an honor to be invited by you." Vernon wouldn't let go of Freya's hand, his face covered in a fawning smile. "Please, have a seat," Freya said with a smile, gesturing as she introduced Arya beside her. "This is my daughter Arya, she's 8 years old this year." Arya gave the Dursley family a slight nod, her gaze falling straight on Harry. Harry looked at her too, his green eyes showing a hint of curiosity behind his broken glasses. During the meal, Vernon talked incessantly, flattering Freya about how great the company's prospects were and how hard he worked. Petunia chimed in constantly from the side, while Dudley was focused only on gorging himself, leaving the dining table a mess. Harry sat quietly in the corner, eating only the bit of food in front of him, being cautious and not making a sound. Arya suddenly spoke, her voice clear. "Mom, our house is so big. I have my own spacious and bright room, plus so many toys and books." "Yes, our little Arya has her own special world," Freya replied, following her daughter's lead. "Does Harry have his own room?" Arya turned to Harry, her gaze direct. The dining table fell silent instantly, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Vernon's expression shifted, and Petunia quickly forced a stiff smile to smooth things over. Harry has a room, of course. How could we mistreat him? Can I go see it? I want to see what the neighbor boy's room looks like, Arya said, tilting her head with an innocent expression. Sweat began to bead on Vernon's forehead as he waved his hands repeatedly. It might not be very convenient. The house is a bit messy, and I'm afraid of being a poor host to a young guest. Why is it inconvenient? Arya looked at Harry and asked softly. Harry, are you willing to let me see your room? Looking at her clear eyes and then at Vernon's dark face, Harry whispered, yes. Vernon glared at Harry with annoyance, but he didn't dare lash out in front of Freya and could only seethe inwardly. Arya immediately stood up. Then let's go. She followed Harry out of the living room. The Dursley family tried to follow, but Freya called them back. Mr. Dursley, let's discuss the company's promotion plan for the next quarter. I'd like to hear your thoughts. Vernon had no choice but to sit back down, his heart pounding with anxiety. Harry led Arya to the space under the stairs and opened that small, dilapidated door. The cupboard was cramped and dark, filled with clutter, with only a narrow bed. There was a thin blanket on the bed, no windows, and only a faint light filtering through the crack in the door. It was difficult even to turn around. You live here? Arya asked, her heart aching. Harry nodded and looked down without saying a word, his eyes full of low self-esteem. Arya silently looked around, then turned and walked back to the house. As soon as she sat down, she said to Freya in a voice clear enough for everyone to hear. Mom, Harry lives in a cupboard. It has no windows, it's very dark and small, and he doesn't even have a comfortable blanket. Vernon's face turned deathly pale instantly, and cold sweat poured down. Petunia rushed to say, that's only temporary. We were just getting ready to move him to a room on the second floor, we'll have it ready right away. Is that so? Freya looked at Vernon, her tone becoming a bit more serious. Mr. Dursley, I've said before that when the company promotes managers in the future, we look not only at work ability but also at family circumstances and character. How can someone who cannot even take care of their own family and mistreats a child manage a team and earn the trust of their subordinates? Vernon nodded repeatedly, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Yes, the director is right. I understand, I completely understand. I'll arrange it as soon as I get back. I'll have the small room on the second floor cleared out tonight. I'll definitely give Harry a good room and make sure he's living comfortably. Freya nodded slightly. The living conditions of an employee's family are also an important part of the company's evaluation. I don't want my subordinates' work to be affected by family issues. I hope you are a man of your word. The next day, Arya stood by her bedroom window and saw a small room on the second floor of the Dursley house being completely cleared out. Brand new sheets, a desk, and a wardrobe were all neatly arranged. Carrying a simple bundle, Harry walked into his new room. He sat by the window, staring blankly outside as if he still couldn't believe this was real. After a moment, he turned his head and happened to meet Arya's gaze. Harry was stunned for a moment, then he raised his hand and gave her a small, smiling wave. Arya also curled her lips into a smile and waved back. Harry looked at her, something shimmering in his green eyes. It had been a week since Harry moved into his new room. Arya leaned against the window of her room, her gaze falling on that small window on the second floor next door. Harry often sat by the window, either flipping through Dudley's old discarded textbooks or staring blankly out the window, his frame still heart-wrenchingly thin. Still too thin, Arya murmured softly. Initially, she only wanted to stay away from the protagonist. After all, plot characters were always accompanied by countless troubles. But watching Harry being chased and beaten by Dudley day after day, hearing Petunia's sharp scolding, and seeing Vernon's furious appearance, she finally couldn't stand it any longer. One afternoon, while Arya was sitting in her garden reading, a piercing scream suddenly came from next door. It was Aunt Petunia's voice. Monster. You're just a monster. Arya immediately closed her book and walked quickly to the fence. She saw Petunia rushing out of the door in a fit of rage, her hair having turned an eerie blue. Harry followed behind, his face pale, explaining helplessly, I didn't do it on purpose. I really don't know what happened. Petunia pointed at her hair, her voice trembling violently. What on earth did you do? You freak. Vernon also rushed out right after her. Seeing Petunia's blue hair, his eyes widened. What's going on here? It was him. Petunia pointed fixedly at Harry. He suddenly lost his temper, and my hair turned into this. Vernon instantly flared up with rage, his face turning the color of pig liver as he roared at Harry. What the hell are you up to again? Go to your room. Now. No dinner for you tonight. Harry shuddered and turned to run back into the house in a panic. Looking at Petunia's strange blue hair, Arya immediately understood that this was Harry's magic riot. She waited patiently for a moment, and after confirming that the Dursley family had all gone inside, she quietly circled around to the Dursley family's backyard. Arya searched around and finally found Harry behind some bushes in a corner of the garden. He was squatting on the ground, clutching his knees tightly, his shoulders twitching as he sobbed silently. Harry, Arya called softly. Harry jerked his head up, his eyes behind his glasses red, his voice thick with a nasal tone, Arya. Are you okay? Arya knelt down beside him. Harry shook his head and choked out, I turned Aunt Petunia's hair blue. I didn't mean to, I was just so angry, and then. That was your magic going out of control, Arya interrupted him gently. Harry looked bewildered. What? You're not a freak. You're a wizard, Arya explained seriously as she sat down beside him. Your mother, Lily Potter, was a witch, and your father, James Potter, was a wizard. You inherited their talent. What just happened was a magic riot. When a young wizard's emotions are intense, magic will manifest uncontrollably. Harry's eyes widened. He sat dazed for a long time before finally forcing out two words, wizard. Yes. Arya nodded, switching to a more understandable explanation. It's like a superpower, you just haven't learned how to control it yet. Superpower. Harry murmured, suddenly grabbing Arya's arm urgently. You said my mother was a witch. My father was a wizard. Didn't they die in a car accident? They didn't die in a car accident. Arya shook her head gently. They were murdered by an evil dark wizard. That dark wizard wanted to kill you too, but your mother protected you with the magic of love, which is why you survived, leaving only that scar on your forehead. Harry instinctively touched the lightning-shaped mark on his forehead, his eyes full of shock. Then why am I here? Why do I live at my aunt's house? Because magical protection only takes effect in a place where there is a blood bond, Arya explained patiently. Your mother was a Muggle-born witch, and Aunt Petunia is her biological sister. Since you share a blood connection, this protection can continue to exist. A massive amount of information flooded his mind. Harry's eyes gradually brightened, his voice trembling with hope. So I'm not a freak. I really have magic. Mom and Dad were both wizards. Of course, Arya responded affirmatively. Then can I learn magic? Like them. Harry's tone was full of anticipation. When you turn 11, you will receive an acceptance letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It's a place specifically for young wizards to learn magic. Harry's eyes widened even further, filled with disbelief. There's a special school for it. There are charms class, transfiguration class, potion class, herbology class, and many other interesting courses, Arya added with a smile. I'm the same age as you, and I'll be going there to study too. Harry looked at her, a flash of surprise in his eyes. You're a wizard too. Yes, and I can already control my magic, so I won't turn someone's hair blue like you did, Arya teased. Harry's face instantly turned red, and he whispered in defense, I really didn't mean to. I know, Arya smiled gently. All young wizards go through things like this. When I was little, I had a magic riot and turned my father's glasses into a flower. Harry couldn't help but laugh. Even though his eyes were still red, his smile was genuinely sincere. He confirmed once more, so, I'm really not a freak, right? Absolutely not. Arya's tone was firm. You are a wizard, and you will become a very powerful one in the future. Harry gazed at her for a long time before speaking softly, thank you for telling me all this. You're welcome, Arya waved her hand. Then how much longer until I can go to Hogwarts? Harry pressed. You're 8 this year, so you have to wait 3 more years. On your 11th birthday, and I will personally deliver your acceptance letter to you. Harry's eyes sparkled, full of longing. 3 years. I can definitely wait that long. He asked impatiently again, what is Hogwarts like? Are there many wizards? Arya then began to tell him everything about Hogwarts in detail. The 4 distinct houses, the stairs that change positions on their own, the talking magical portraits, the ghosts wandering around, and the exciting sport of Quidditch. Harry was enthralled, listening without blinking, afraid to miss a single detail. After she finished, Harry asked seriously, Arya, you'll go with me, right? Of course. We're the same age, so we'll enroll together. Harry revealed a long-lost bright smile, the gloom between his brows swept away. The two sat by the bushes for a long time until the sky grew dark and the evening glow turned the horizon red. I should go back now, or my mom will worry. Arya stood up. Harry stood up as well, hesitated for a moment, and asked softly, Can I still talk to you about magic? Anytime, Arya agreed readily. Harry looked at her, his gaze incredibly sincere. Thank you, Arya. You're the first person who's been so nice to me. Arya's heart softened, and she patted his shoulder gently. Everything will get better from now on, I promise. When she returned home, Freya was sitting in the living room. Seeing her enter, she asked, Where have you been? I went to the garden next door. Harry had a magic riot and turned Aunt Petunia's hair blue, Arya said truthfully. Freya raised an eyebrow, her tone flat. Oh, A riot at last. I thought it would take a few more days. Arya sat on the sofa and added, I told him about magic, his parents, and Hogwarts. Freya was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. That's fine. It's about time that boy knew the truth. Mom, can we live here for a few more years? Arya looked up at her, her eyes earnest. Freya smiled and ruffled her hair. What? Can't bear to leave Harry. He's just too pitiful, Arya said softly. Even though he changed rooms, Dudley still bullies him, and Petunia and Vernon have never treated him well. If we're here, we can at least keep an eye on him. I was thinking the same thing, Freya smiled warmly. I originally only planned to stay for a few months, but now I've decided to stay until you both go to Hogwarts. Arya's eyes lit up. Really? Of course it's true. Freya nodded. I'll tell your father tomorrow. He relies on the Flow network to commute to work every day, so living anywhere is equally convenient. After Vesper returned home in the evening, Freya informed him of the decision. Vesper adjusted his glasses, thought for a moment, and nodded in agreement. We can stay long term. I'll have Pobby watch over Harry in secret to make sure the Dursley family doesn't go too far, and it certainly won't be discovered by Muggles. Arya was delighted. With a house elf protecting him in secret, Harry's safety had another layer of security. The next day, as soon as Arya reached the garden, she saw Harry running over excitedly, his eyes shining. Arya, I dreamed about Hogwarts last night. I was flying in the sky on a broomstick. That's Quidditch, the most popular sport in the wizarding world, Arya explained with a smile. Can I learn it too? Harry asked urgently. Of course. Second-year students at Hogwarts can try out for the Quidditch team. Harry became more and more excited, asking countless questions about the magical world one after another, and Arya patiently answered each one. From then on, Harry would always find opportunities to meet Arya, whether in the garden or by the fence between their houses. He asked about the lives of wizards, magical currency, wizarding attire, and holidays, listening with extreme concentration. Every time they finished talking, he would murmur softly, 3 more years. In 3 years, I'll be able to go to Hogwarts. His eyes gradually brightened. He was no longer the child shrinking in the dark cupboard, head down and silent, eyes full of cowardice. He began to have expectations, expecting magic, expecting Hogwarts, and expecting to embark on a new journey with Arya. Watching his gradual changes, a sense of warmth welled up in Arya's heart. This was good. At least for now, Harry had a hope of his own. Before she knew it, Arya had been away for nearly 2 months. During these 2 months, Draco's days felt as if all color had been drained away, so monotonous they were practically growing mold. No Arya to bicker with him, no Arya to punch him, and no Arya to drag him along to read those magic books he couldn't understand but was forced to accompany her through. I'm bored to death. Draco lay sprawled on the large bed in his room. The silk sheets were smooth, but they could not soothe his inner restlessness. He reached out and grabbed a miniature model of a Nimbus 1000 from the bedside, spun it in his hand a few times, and then tossed it aside. The house elf, Dobby, carrying a plate of sliced apples, floated cautiously to the bedside, his large round eyes blinking repeatedly. Young master, would you like some apples? They were just picked from the orchard and are very sweet. No, Draco turned over, burying his face in the pillow and muttering gloomily. Nothing is interesting. Dobby didn't dare say more and quietly retreated. The room was silent, save for the rustle of the wind blowing through the sycamore leaves outside the window. Draco lay there for a while, then suddenly sat up, his eyes lighting up. Of course. He could go to Arya. I'm going to find Arya. He jumped off the bed abruptly, and before even putting his shoes on properly, he ran downstairs. Narcissa was sitting on a velvet sofa in the living room, holding a cup of warm Earl Grey tea, her fingertips lightly stroking the side of the cup. Hearing footsteps, she looked up at the approaching Draco, a gentle smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. What's wrong, Draco? Running so fast, be careful not to fall. Mother, Draco rushed to her side, grabbing her sleeve and shaking it. I want to go to Privet Drive. I want to find Arya. Narcissa raised an eyebrow, set down her teacup, and reached out to pinch his cheek. Privet Drive. That's a place where Muggles live. It's a mess, what's there to go for? I know it's the Muggle world, but I haven't seen Arya in 2 months. I miss her. Draco looked up, his gray-blue eyes full of anticipation, staring at Narcissa longingly. Looking at her son, Narcissa's heart softened completely. How could she not miss Freya as well? They used to always meet for afternoon tea and go shopping in Diagon Alley together. Now, after being apart for 2 months, she did feel a bit of a void. Yet she still frowned, intentionally putting on a stern face. If your father knew I took you to the Muggle world, he would certainly be angry. Father went to the Ministry of Magic to discuss matters today and won't be back until evening. Draco replied immediately, as if clutching at a straw. Let's go now and come back this afternoon. We definitely won't let father know. Mother, please, I'll just go see Arya, give her a gift, and come right back, okay? He shook Narcissa's arm, his voice as soft as cotton candy, his eyes shining brightly. Narcissa was silent for a few seconds, but in the end, she couldn't refuse him. She sighed and tapped his forehead. You really are quite attached to Arya. Fine, I'll agree. Draco instantly cheered. Thank you, mother. But you must promise me a few conditions. Narcissa pressed her hand on his shoulder, her tone becoming serious. You must follow the rules in the Muggle world. You cannot reveal anything about magic, and you certainly cannot be rude to Muggles. If any Muggle discovers the secret of magic, we must return immediately, do you understand? I know. I promise everything. Draco nodded quickly. Go change your clothes, pick something decent. Don't run out in your pajamas like last time. Draco scurried back to his room, opened the wardrobe, and rummaged through the clothes inside. He picked out his most exquisite dark green silk robes, with the silver House of Malfoy crest embroidered on the collar, and took a small velvet box from a drawer. Inside the box was a moving magical photo frame, containing a photo of him and Arya taken in the garden of Selwyn Manor when they were 5. In the photo, Arya was frowning, pushing away Draco, who was leaning in, with an impatient look, while Draco smiled foolishly, revealing 2 small canines. She should like this, right? Draco held the photo frame, whispering to himself, and gripped the box tighter, as if afraid someone would snatch it away. Narcissa quickly changed her clothes into an off-white lace dress, the hem gently falling to her ankles, looking elegant and gentle. She walked to the fireplace and threw a handful of sparkling flow powder inside. Let's go. We'll use flow powder to get to the leaky cauldron, then take a Muggle taxi to Privet Drive. Draco nodded and followed Narcissa into the fireplace. The warm flames enveloped them both, and a second later, they appeared in the fireplace of the leaky cauldron. The bar was noisy. Narcissa held Draco's hand, avoided the crowds, walked to the door, and hailed a yellow Muggle taxi. Number 4, Privet Drive, Narcissa said to the driver. The driver nodded, started the car, and drove bumpily all the way to Privet Drive. Draco clung to the car window, looking at the unfamiliar Muggle streets outside, his heart full of both anticipation and nervousness. When the door of number 4, Privet Drive was knocked on, Freya was sitting on the sofa in the living room reading documents. Hearing the doorbell, she put down her things and got up to open the door. Seeing Narcissa and Draco at the door, Freya was clearly stunned for a moment, then showed a surprised expression. Narcissa. Draco. What are you doing here? It's all because of him, Narcissa said with a smile, pointing to Draco beside her. This boy missed Arya so much he lost his appetite and insisted I bring him here. Draco's cheeks flushed slightly, but he didn't deny it, he just gripped the gift box in his hand and stole a glance at Freya. Come in and sit. Arya is in the garden out back. Freya stepped aside from the doorway. Draco's eyes lit up, and he quickly followed Freya inside the garden. Can I go find Arya directly? Walk to the end of the hallway, and the back door leads to the garden. Freya looked back and smiled at him. Holding the gift box, Draco ran toward the end of the hallway with light steps. He imagined how Arya would look when she saw him. Would she, like him, happily rush over? The moment he pushed open the back door, Draco's gaze immediately locked onto the figure in the garden. The garden wasn't large, but it was kept very neat. The lush green lawn was trimmed perfectly flat, and the flower beds were planted with colorful little flowers. A gentle breeze wafted by, bringing a faint floral scent. Arya sat on a wooden bench in the garden, wearing a simple white t-shirt and light blue shorts, her long brown hair tied in a high ponytail hanging behind her head. Sitting beside her was a black-haired boy with a thin build, wearing a pair of round glasses, his green eyes sparkling as he looked at Arya. Draco's heart suddenly tightened. There was actually a strange boy beside Arya. He took 2 steps forward, his footsteps alerting the two on the bench. Arya looked up, and when she saw Draco, her eyes widened instantly, and the smile on her face turned into one of pleasant surprise. Draco, what are you doing here? The black-haired boy also hurriedly stood up, nervously clutching the hem of his shirt, stealing glances at Draco with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Arya was the first to stand, taking the boy's hand and introducing him to Draco. Draco, let me introduce you, this is Harry Potter, he lives right next door. Harry, this is Draco Malfoy, we grew up together. She turned back to Harry, gently patted his arm, and added to Draco with a smile. By the way, Harry is a wizard too, just like us. He'll receive his Hogwarts acceptance letter on his 11th birthday. Harry Potter is also a wizard. Draco was slightly stunned for a moment. Fragments of things his father occasionally mentioned flashed through his mind. The Potter family was pure blood, though they had declined somewhat in recent years, but why was he in the Muggle world? However, he quickly suppressed these thoughts and simply nodded to Harry, trying his best to look sophisticated. Hello. Hello, Harry responded softly. Arya moved over a bit to make room for Draco. Have a seat, Draco. Are you tired from the trip? Clutching the small velvet box in his hands, Draco sat down. His fingers gently rubbed the edge of the box as his gaze fell on Arya's face, filled with anticipation. I'm all right. Arya, I brought you a gift. As he spoke, he handed over the velvet box, his fingertips pressing slightly hard, afraid that Arya wouldn't like it. Arya took the box and opened it to find a moving magical photo frame inside. In the frame was a photo of her and Draco taken in the garden of Selwyn Manor when they were 5 years old. In the photo, she was frowning, impatiently pushing away Draco who was leaning in, while Draco was grinning foolishly, showing off 2 little canines. She gently touched the frame, and the 2 people in the photo immediately began to move. Draco was still smiling at her, and Arya couldn't help but crinkle her eyes. This is quite interesting. Thank you, Draco. Seeing that Arya liked it, the sourness in Draco's heart faded a bit, and a small, smug smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. I chose it specifically. A wizard's magical photo frame is much more interesting than a Muggle one. Harry leaned in curiously to take a look, his eyes wide and round. The photo moves. That's amazing. This is a wizard's magical item, Draco said, giving Harry a brief glance before turning back to Arya. Are you getting used to staying in the Muggle world? Back at the manor, I finished reading the history of magic you recommended. Some parts were actually quite interesting. Really? You actually finished it? I thought you'd find it boring. Arya's eyes lit up, and she reached out to ruffle his hair, her voice full of surprise. Draco tilted his chin up slightly, acting a bit proud. Look who you're talking to. A small thing like that is no trouble for me. He paused, then took the initiative to talk about things at Malfoy Manor. My father also took me to a wizarding gathering. There were many young wizards from pure-blood families, and there was also a new miniature model of the Nimbus 1000. It flies incredibly fast, much better than ordinary models. Arya listened intently, nodding occasionally. That sounds great. The Nimbus series is used in Quidditch matches, they really are the top of the line right now. As soon as she finished, she turned to Harry beside her and added gently. Harry, when you go to Hogwarts, you'll be able to see these brooms too. I'll take you to see the model then. Harry's eyes lit up instantly, and he asked softly, really? Can I participate in Quidditch matches too? Of course, Arya nodded with a smile. I'll take you to the Quidditch team tryouts then. Maybe you'll even get picked. Sitting beside them, Draco listened as the two chatted enthusiastically. Arya was patiently explaining everything about Hogwarts to Harry, while he couldn't get a word in. That little bit of disappointment surfaced again. He cleared his throat, trying to pull the conversation back to himself. I've also learned many new spells. Once I have my wand, I'll perform them for you. Wow, that's impressive, Arya immediately praised Draco, then turned to Harry. Harry, you can learn them too once you enter Hogwarts. If there's anything you don't understand, I can teach you. Harry nodded happily at once. Thank you, Arya. It's so good to have you. Watching Arya's meticulous care for Harry, Draco felt another pang of sourness. Arya was giving all her patience and tenderness to this Harry who had suddenly appeared. He pursed his lips and said no more, just silently watching Arya and Harry chat. Sunlight spilled over the three of them, and the garden was filled with the scent of flowers, but Draco felt like an outsider. After a while, Draco looked at the sky and remembered Narcissa was still waiting in the living room. He gently tugged at Arya's hem and whispered, Arya, I should go back now. Mother is still waiting for me. So soon. Arya stood up as well, her face full of reluctance. You've only just arrived. Stay a little longer. No. Draco shook his head, his voice muffled. Mother is waiting outside, and besides, there's nothing fun to do here. Having said that, he turned and walked into the house, his steps quick and hurried. Draco. Arya hurriedly chased after him and grabbed his arm. What's wrong? Are you angry? Draco didn't look back or speak, he simply pulled his hand away gently. Arya looked at his back, feeling a bit confused, and had no choice but to follow him into the house. Narcissa and Freya were sitting on the living room sofa, drinking tea and chatting. When she saw Draco storm in, Narcissa was stunned for a moment. Draco. Why are you back so soon? Didn't you chat with Arya for a bit longer? Mother, let's go. Draco kept his head down, his voice muffled. Narcissa saw her son's reddened eyes and then looked at Arya following behind, instantly understanding what was happening. She sighed and stood up. All right, then let's say goodbye to Freya. What's wrong, Draco? Did Arya bully you? Freya asked curiously. No, Draco whispered, still not looking up. Arya stood nearby, looking at Narcissa with a face full of confusion. Aunt Narcissa, what's wrong with Draco? He was fine just a moment ago. Narcissa looked at Draco, then at Arya, and smiled helplessly, it's nothing. Freya, we'll be heading back now. We'll come to see you and Arya again next time. Alright, take care on the road. Freya saw them to the door. Draco walked out the door without saying goodbye to Arya. Narcissa took his hand and slowly walked toward the street corner. What's wrong? Did you have a fight with Arya? Narcissa asked softly. No, Draco said. Then why are you angry? Draco didn't speak, just turned his face away. He was just angry that Arya was so nice to that Harry Potter. Angry that Arya had found a partner who needed her care as soon as she moved to the Muggle world, and angry that he had come all this way only to watch her chat enthusiastically with someone else. Mother, Draco suddenly asked, who is Harry Potter? Narcissa's footsteps faltered for a moment. How do you know that name? Arya said so. She said he's a wizard and will go to Hogwarts at 11. Narcissa was silent for a few seconds, then said, Harry Potter is a very special child. His parents were excellent wizards, but they passed away when he was very young. Draco was stunned. Passed away. How did they die? Killed by a dark wizard. This matter is very complicated, you're still young and don't need to know too much. Draco stopped asking, but he felt even more uncomfortable. So Harry Potter was an orphan. Was that why Arya looked after him so much? Because she thought he was pitiful. Draco bit his lip. He wasn't pitiful at all. He had a father and mother, Malfoy Manor, and so many, many things. But Arya seemed to care more about that pitiful Harry. Mother, Draco whispered, can I come to see Arya again in the future? Of course you can, Narcissa patted his head, as long as your father agrees. Draco nodded, his footsteps gradually slowing down. Next time he came, he would definitely let Arya know that he was much more impressive than that Harry Potter, and he hoped Arya would look at him more and talk to him more. After Draco left, Arya returned to the living room, her face full of bewilderment. She sat down next to Freya and muttered softly. Mom, what's wrong with Draco? We were chatting just fine a moment ago, why did he suddenly get angry? Freya put down her teacup, a knowing smile playing in her eyes, and said softly, Draco is jealous. Jealous. Arya froze instantly, her face full of shock. That's right. Freya leaned in a bit closer, her voice gentle. Seeing you get so close to a new friend, he's naturally unhappy. Friendships between children can involve a lot of possessiveness, especially with someone like Draco. Arya stood there in a daze, and after a moment, she helplessly raised her hand to cover her forehead. Good grief, she almost forgot that this young Master Malfoy's possessiveness over friendship had always been ridiculously strong. Just now, she had been so focused on feeling sorry for and taking care of Harry that she completely ignored Draco's proud yet sensitive heart. Thinking back, it was indeed a lack of consideration on her part. Figured it out. Freya looked at her and couldn't help but chuckle. I figured it out. Arya immediately stood up and hurried toward the stairs. I'm going to write a letter to Draco to apologize. Right now. Freya was a bit surprised. Right now. Before Arya's voice had even faded, she had already dashed upstairs. She rushed into her room and pulled out some stationery and a quill. Dear Draco, she muttered softly as she wrote, I'm sorry, when you came to see me yesterday, I didn't consider your feelings. At this point, she suddenly stopped writing and frowned. Just writing a letter seemed like it didn't show enough sincerity. Arya dashed back downstairs, grabbed Freya's arm, and said, Mom, can I go to Diagon Alley? Or a Muggle shopping street would work too. What for? Freya asked warmly. To buy an apology gift, Arya said with a serious expression. Freya thought for a moment and nodded. Let Pobby take you. It'll be faster if you use apparition. Within half an hour, Arya returned carrying a large pile of things. There were all kinds of Muggle snacks, chocolates, potato chips, gummies, she had carefully selected various flavors. There was also a box of dragon-shaped building blocks. The box was very large, with a majestic common Welsh green printed on it, looking very exquisite. This dragon is very nice, it should suit Draco's taste, Freya said, smiling at the image on the box. Draco loves dragons the most, Arya nodded seriously, her eyes full of certainty. She packed the snacks and building blocks into a large parcel, then folded the written letter and placed it inside. After a thought, she ran back to Freya and tugged at her sleeve. Mom, can you help me make a talking letter? Of course, Freya agreed with a smile. She raised her wand and whispered to the letter, sonorous. A faint, soft light emanated from the tip of the wand. Arya spoke into the letter, enunciating every word seriously. Dear Draco, I'm sorry. When you came to see me yesterday, I didn't consider your feelings and I hurt you. But I want you to know that you will always be my best friend. As she finished speaking, her voice was steadily captured within the stationery. Arya carefully tucked the letter back into the parcel and tied the knot securely. Pobby. She called out softly. Pobby the house elf appeared instantly with a crack, bowing respectfully. What are mistress's orders? Deliver this to Malfoy Manor. It must be given to Draco. Arya handed over the parcel. Pobby understands. Pobby took the parcel, and with another sharp sound, he vanished instantly. Meanwhile, inside Malfoy Manor, Draco threw himself onto his bed, still feeling gloomy and full of resentment. Why did that Harry Potter get so much of Arya's attention? He was scrawny and wore a pair of broken glasses, he didn't look like anything special at all, yet Arya was asking him all sorts of questions and taking such good care of him. HMPH. He rolled over irritably, burying his face in his pillow. Just then, a soft knock sounded at the door. Come in, Draco said gloomily. Narcissa pushed the door open and entered, carrying a parcel. She set it down by the bed. Draco, there's something for you. Draco sat up and asked with feigned indifference, what is it? It was sent by the Selwyn family, Narcissa said, her eyes full of amusement as she watched her son's duplicity. It should be from Arya. Draco's eyes instantly lit up, but he immediately stiffened his face, putting on an air of nonchalance as he replied flatly. Oh. Suppressing a smile, Narcissa intentionally asked, should I help you open it? No. Draco immediately jumped off the bed, his tone urgent. I'll do it myself. Narcissa shook her head helplessly, gently closed the door, and left the room. Draco stared at the parcel on the table, standing there for a few seconds with feigned composure before slowly walking over to open it. Untying the string and unfolding the brown paper, he found a pile of colorful Muggle snacks, and right next to them sat the large building block box featuring the dragon. He picked up the box and examined it closely, his eyes involuntarily brightening. Next, he saw the stationery, which carried a faint ripple of magic. As soon as Draco opened it, Arya's clear and earnest voice slowly flowed out. Dear Draco, I'm sorry. When you came to see me yesterday, I didn't consider your feelings and I hurt you. But I want you to know that you will always be my best friend. I bought the dragon building blocks you like, and a lot of Muggle snacks. I hope you can forgive me. An apologetic Arya As the voice faded, Draco's tense lips uncontrollably curled upward bit by bit, and the resentment and displeasure in his heart vanished instantly. He knew it, he was Arya's best friend. He placed the letter gently on the table, picked up a bag of potato chips, opened it, and popped one into his mouth. Crunch. The texture was crispy, and the salty flavor had a hint of sweetness. It actually tasted surprisingly good. Muggle snacks are just average, Draco muttered stubbornly, though his hand honestly reached for another chip. Chocolates, gummies, all sorts of little snacks he'd never seen before. Without realizing it, he had already eaten quite a lot. Whatever, Draco muttered, crossing his arms. Since I'm a gentleman, for the sake of these gifts, I'll begrudgingly forgive her. He put down the half-eaten snack and impatiently opened the building block box. Hundreds of small pieces clattered onto the table, along with a thick instruction manual. Draco followed the diagrams, earnestly searching for pieces. 1, 2, 3, his expression was incredibly focused. By the time Narcissa knocked on the door again, he had already finished the dragon's base and was intently assembling its body. Draco, it's time for dinner, Narcissa's voice came from outside the door. Wait a minute. Draco didn't even look up, his movements not stopping for a second. Almost done. Narcissa walked into the room. Seeing the scattered pieces and snack wrappers on the table, her eyes filled with a tender smile. Was it from Arya? Yeah, Draco replied casually, his gaze glued to the nearly finished little dragon. Made up? Narcissa asked again. I guess so, Draco said, his tone a bit awkward, yet unable to hide the happiness in his heart. Narcissa gently patted his head and said warmly, that's good. Come down for dinner first, then you can finish it slowly afterward. Okay. Draco agreed obediently, but his eyes still couldn't bear to leave the building blocks, his mind entirely focused on finishing this common Welsh green. A few days later during breakfast, Freya speared a small piece of fried egg and looked seemingly casually at Arya, who was sipping from a milk cup. Arya, let Mom ask you something. Do you want to go to a Muggle school? Arya, let Mom ask you something. Do you want to go to a Muggle school? Arya was drinking happily and almost choked on a mouthful of milk upon hearing this. She slammed her cup down. School. Mom, you're not joking, are you? Of course not, Freya said with a smile, wiping away the milk stain on her cheek. You're 8 years old this year. Muggle children go to primary school at this age. Although we are wizards, living in the Muggle world, it wouldn't be bad to experience a normal child's school life. Arya shook her head like a rattle, her hands gripping the edge of the table tightly, her tone incredibly firm. No, absolutely not. It's so much more convenient for me to study magic at home. I can learn those Muggle textbooks after reading them once, there's no need to waste time at school at all. She grumbled inwardly. In her previous life, she had spent over a decade toiling for her education, soaking in libraries and classrooms from morning till night, undergoing the baptism of countless exams until her hair almost fell out from the stress of competition. Being an elementary student all over again in this life. It was simply a fantasy, absolutely impossible. Freya was amused by her defensive posture and reached out to rub the top of her head. True, my Arya is indeed smart, with a photographic memory. Of course. Arya immediately straightened her back, lifting her chin with a look of pride. Reading books at home is much more interesting than sitting in a classroom listening to a teacher read from a textbook. All right then, we'll go with homeschooling, Freya relented, but didn't forget to put on a stern face to advise her. However, you can't fall behind on the general knowledge you should learn. You must build a solid foundation, no slacking off. Mission accomplished. Arya immediately raised her small hand, looking adorably naive, making Freya's eyes curve with laughter. From then on, Draco visited Privet Drive more and more frequently, just to play with Arya. Narcissa was worried at first that Lucius wouldn't agree, but when Lucius heard that the Selwyn family lived in the Muggle world to observe the Savior, his attitude changed immediately. The Savior. Draco's eyes lit up the first time he heard the term. Yes, he defeated you-know-who. Wow. Draco suddenly became excited and circled Harry twice. You actually defeated you-know-who. Harry was a little nervous. I don't know. That's what Arya said. Then you must be amazing. My dad said you-know-who was the strongest dark wizard. If you could defeat him, then you're the strongest. Harry blushed. I was just a baby then. That's still amazing. The way Draco looked at him changed. But this excitement didn't last half a day before it was mostly extinguished by a scene in the garden. In the afternoon, Arya sat on the lawn, spreading out an illustrated book of magical plants, patiently teaching Harry how to identify the pictures. Her arm rested lightly beside Harry, and the two were very close, heads touching, as they whispered about the plants in the pictures. This is Devil's Snare. See how messy it looks. Arya pointed to the cluster of tangled vines on the page and explained softly. It especially likes dark and damp places. As soon as it sees light, it will immediately shrink into a ball. It's very afraid of sunlight. Harry pressed his face so close he almost touched the page, his eyes wide with curiosity. Does it really move? Will it wrap around people like a snake? It moves, but it won't just wrap around anyone. Arya nodded with a smile. When we go to Hogwarts, we'll see real Devil's Snare in herbology class. You'll be able to see it for yourself then. Draco sat on a stone bench not far away, clutching a twig. Seeing the two of them so close, even the tone of their conversation was incredibly gentle. That familiar sense of discomfort bubbled up again, like drinking a sip of unsweetened lemon juice, sour and slightly bitter. He cleared his throat and deliberately raised his voice, trying to catch Arya's attention. Arya. Arya turned to look at him, her eyes filled with obvious questioning. What's wrong, Draco? My dad said he's taking me to see the Quidditch World Cup qualifiers next month. Do you want to come with us? Draco's eyes were sparkling, his tone full of anticipation. I can have my dad invite your whole family. We'll sit in the top box, it has the best view, and you can see the whole pitch clearly. Next month. Arya tilted her head and thought, her finger lightly tapping her chin. I'll have to ask my mom if she agrees first. Wow. Harry suddenly leaned in from the side, his eyes shining like little light bulbs, and grabbed Arya's arm. The Quidditch World Cup. Are there a lot of people watching? Are there many powerful wizard teams? Of course. Draco puffed out his little chest, looking proud. The strongest wizard teams in the world will be there. My dad said the Irish team is particularly strong this year and will most likely win the championship. That's so cool. Harry sighed softly, his eyes full of undisguised envy. Arya smiled and patted the back of Harry's hand, then turned to him and said. When you go to Hogwarts, you can also sign up for the house Quidditch team. The Seeker is the most important position on the team. As long as you catch the golden snitch, the game is won. Can I be a Seeker? Harry immediately looked up, his eyes full of hope, staring intently at Arya, fearing she might give a negative answer. Maybe, you'll have to work hard for it. Arya smiled and rubbed his hair. But in her heart, she silently added, not only can you be one, you're the core Seeker of the team and will become a Hogwarts legend in the future. Draco pursed his lips and swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Every time he wanted to say something to Arya, Harry's questions would immediately pop up. Arya's attention would also be instantly drawn away, and he would be left hanging alone like an extra person. An unprecedented sense of irritability pricked at his heart like tiny needles. Clearly, Arya used to always notice him first. She would take his hand and run all over the garden, and she would hand him the tastiest candies first. But now, as long as Harry gave her sleeve a little tug, Arya's gaze would be instantly drawn over. Why him? Draco quietly looked up, glancing at Harry, who was looking up and listening to Arya speak, and his pout deepened. He seemed to be starting to dislike Harry a little. He hated how he was always clinging to Arya, and he hated how he had stolen his place. In the days that followed, every time Draco came to Privet Drive, he would see Harry clinging to Arya's side. Arya taught Harry how to read. The Dursley family gave him no chance to study properly, forcing him to do chores as soon as he returned from school, without even a decent book to his name. Arya told Harry stories about the wizarding world and secretly bought him several sets of well-fitting new clothes and shoes. Even when Harry was thirsty or hungry, Arya would be the first to hand him water and snacks. In contrast, Arya had never bought Draco so many things, nor had she ever looked after him with such meticulous care. Watching the growing intimacy between the two, the small flame in Draco's heart burned brighter, and his sense of envy grew stronger. One afternoon, while Harry was running around the garden, he accidentally tripped over a stone and fell onto the grass with a thud, scraping a large patch of skin off his knee, which began to bleed. Does it hurt? Arya immediately dropped the picture book in her hand, ran over, and knelt beside Harry. Harry's eyes were red, he clutched his knee with his small hands and nodded softly, a little. Arya immediately turned and ran back into the house, returning quickly with a first aid kit. She carefully cleaned Harry's wound, applied medicine, and wrapped it with gauze. Thank you, Arya. Once bandaged, Harry didn't forget to gently tug at Arya's sleeve, looking both dependent and aggrieved. Draco stood by the fence not far away, watching Harry's hand gripping Arya's sleeve, then looking at Arya's worried expression. Suddenly, he spoke up crossly, his tone clearly spiteful. The last time I fell off my broomstick and broke my arm, I didn't even cry. Arya paused her bandaging and snapped her head toward him, her face full of surprise and concern. When did that happen? Why didn't I know? Why didn't you tell me? Last month, Draco said, stiffening his neck, his tone a bit awkward as his fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of his shirt. My father took me to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries right away. The healer said the bone almost couldn't be set. Then why didn't you tell me? Arya frowned, a hint of anger in her voice, but even more hidden concern. Does it still hurt? Did it heal properly? You're not allowed to ride a broomstick by yourself anymore, it's too dangerous. Draco was suddenly at a loss for words. At the time, he had been crying from the pain, his mind filled only with the agony of the broken bone. He was too busy suffering to even think of telling Arya. Now that Arya was asking, he didn't know how to respond, and his cheeks burned slightly. I know, Draco mumbled, lowering his head, his voice as quiet as a mosquito's buzz. Seeing this, Harry immediately let go of Arya's sleeve and looked up at Draco with a face full of admiration. Draco, you're so brave, not crying even after breaking your arm. Of course, Draco said, instantly lifting his chin and holding his head high with feigned pride, puffing out his chest. Members of the Malfoy family never cry easily, we are all exceptionally brave. But in his heart, he frantically added, actually, I did cry, and quite hard too. If I said that out loud, would Arya think I'm not brave, not like a Malfoy? From then on, an indescribable little competition developed between Draco and Harry. It was as if Harry had inadvertently discovered a secret, unconsciously using vulnerability to gain attention. He didn't do it on purpose, but he found that as long as he appeared to need help, Arya would pay extra attention to him. As for Draco, he had his own little tricks. He would desperately show off everything he knew to Arya. Secrets of pure blood families, news from the wizarding world, wizarding gatherings his father had taken him to, and newly acquired magical items. He wanted Arya to know that he knew more than Harry and that he was more capable and reliable. Caught between the two, Arya worked hard every day to maintain fairness. When Harry asked questions, she answered seriously. When Draco showed off, she listened patiently. When Harry needed help, she lent a hand immediately. When Draco wanted attention, she would proactively go over to chat with him. But sometimes, she really felt exhausted. Arya, look at this. Harry suddenly ran up to her holding a picture book of hippogriffs, shaking the pages with sparkling eyes. What is this animal with an eagle's head and a horse's body called? That's a hippogriff. It's a very powerful magical creature. You shouldn't approach it carelessly, or you might get scratched. Arya reached out to touch the picture book and explained patiently. Arya, my father said there's a wizarding market next weekend, right next to Diagon Alley, selling all sorts of rare magical creatures and magical items. Do you want to go? I can have my father take us. Draco immediately leaned in, his eyes full of anticipation, his tone carrying an unmasked hint of boasting. Arya, can hippogriffs fly? Do they fly high? Harry looked up again, following up with more questions, completely oblivious to the dissatisfied look Draco shot him. Of course they can fly. They fly very high, faster than a Nimbus 1000. They are among the fastest magical creatures in the wizarding world, Arya replied with a smile. Then maybe the wizarding market will have hippogriff chicks for sale. I can ask my father to buy one as a pet. Draco interjected immediately, glancing smugly at Harry as if victory was within his grasp. Really? Harry's eyes lit up instantly, and he stared intently at Arya, his voice full of longing. I've never seen a real magical creature. I'd love to have one as a pet. My father can buy anything. The Malfoy family is very powerful. There's nothing in the entire wizarding world my father can't buy. Draco puffed out his chest, holding his head high with a haughty look. Arya looked at the two little boys staring up at her expectantly, sighed helplessly, and rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. Harry, Draco, can we speak one at a time? Don't crowd together, I can't hear what either of you is saying. Both fell silent and looked at her in unison, their eyes filled with expectation. Harry, you ask first. Draco, you wait a moment, okay. Draco pursed his lips, a bit unhappy, but he still nodded and stood quietly to the side, though his eyes remained fixed on Arya, afraid of missing anything. Harry immediately stepped forward, chirping away with a bunch of questions about hippogriffs, and Arya answered them all patiently. Once Harry was finished, she turned to Draco and said gently, Draco, what about that wizarding market you mentioned? Right. Draco perked up immediately, his eyes brightening again, his tone urgent. It starts next weekend and will be open for several days. There are many rare magical creatures and out-of-print magical items. My father said it's really interesting. That does sound nice, Arya said after a moment's thought, sounding a bit apologetic. But I'm going to a Muggle amusement park with my mother next weekend, so I probably can't go. A Muggle amusement park. Draco frowned, curling his lip in distaste. What's so fun about that? It's just a bunch of scrap metal with no magic at all. Boring to death. I want to go, Harry muttered softly, twisting the hem of his shirt, his cheeks flushing slightly. I've never been to an amusement park. I heard they have carousels and roller coasters, and that they're a lot of fun. Draco immediately glared at Harry, then turned back to Arya. What about the weekend after next? The wizarding market lasts for days, we can definitely make it. I'll have my father buy you whatever magical items you like. We'll see then. I'll talk to my mother first, Arya said with a smile, reaching out to ruffle Draco's hair. The garden went quiet for a few seconds, a hint of small disappointment lingering in the air. Harry looked at Arya, then at Draco, and silently lowered his head, clutching the edge of his picture book, looking a bit lost. Draco looked at Arya and opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he just pursed his lips and remained silent. Arya looked at their tense little faces and sighed helplessly to herself, when will these days ever end? 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, quietly slipping through the cracks of time. Afternoon sunlight filtered through the windowsill, gently spilling onto the living room carpet. Arya sat quietly nestled in a soft sofa, holding a thick copy of Easy Introduction to Ancient Runes. Although the book was thick, she had already flipped near the end, her features always carrying a composure that didn't match her age. Harry sat down gently beside her, pushing a homework notebook filled with writing in front of her. Arya, can you see if I did this problem correctly? Arya didn't even look up, responding faintly, correct. You didn't even look, how do you know it's right? Harry frowned slightly, with a hint of minor defiance. She finally turned a page of the book and glanced at him sideways, a knowing smile hidden in her tone. Every time you come to ask me, the answer is never wrong. You don't have a question, you clearly just want me to praise you. Harry scratched his head sheepishly, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up quietly. Sitting on the other side, Draco rolled his eyes disdainfully, his fingertips carelessly playing with a new model of a golden snitch. That was the birthday gift Arya gave him last year, and he had treasured it for an entire year. Childish. He snorted softly, his tone full of Sunere pride. Muggle math problems, what's there to study? It's better than some people who can't even do Muggle math problems. Harry immediately looked up to strike back. Who said I can't? I just disdain doing them. Draco suddenly sat up straight. Then do it and show me. Fine, I'll do it. Arya closed her book and let out a helpless, soft sigh. Here they go again. In these 3 years, almost every time the three of them gathered, it followed this familiar rhythm. The relationship between Harry and Draco was very subtle, far from the irreconcilable state in the movies where they'd be at each other's throats the moment they met. Yet they couldn't be called close friends who walked shoulder to shoulder, they always remained at a distance that was neither too far nor too near. And under the secret care of Arya and Freya, Harry's days at the Dursley family had become much better. He finally had a small bedroom of his own and no longer had to curl up in the cold, damp cupboard under the stairs. Dudley would still bully him, but he never dared to be as excessive as before. After all, Freya was now a high-level executive at Uncle Vernon's company. With just one word, she could make his father lose his job. Aunt Petunia would still order him around to do chores in her shrill voice, but at least she wouldn't let him go hungry anymore. As for Uncle Vernon, even if he felt loathing deep down, he at least maintained a forced politeness on the surface. Tomorrow is your birthday. Arya suddenly spoke, her gaze gently falling on Harry. The boy's eyes instantly lit up like ignited stars, his tone unable to suppress his anticipation. Right. It's tomorrow. In such a hurry. She chuckled. Of course. He lowered his voice, unable to hide his excitement. You said it. On my 11th birthday, the Hogwarts acceptance letter will be sent. Draco curled his lip from the side, with an innate pride. I received mine a month ago. I know, Arya received hers too. Harry turned to look at the girl beside him, his eyes shining tenderly. Then what are you so worried about? It'll arrive sooner or later anyway. Draco spoke, somewhat speechless. I'm just worried. Harry said softly, what if they forgot about me? Hogwarts won't forget. You are the savior, they'd forget anyone before they'd forget you. Arya teased, trying to ease Harry's pressure. Harry's cheeks heated up slightly, and he lowered his head sheepishly. Seeing this, Draco rolled his eyes disdainfully again. Arya picked up a neatly wrapped package from the dining table and gently handed it to Harry. For you, a birthday present. Harry took it with both hands and carefully unwrapped it. Inside were several thick books, 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, Encyclopedia of Magical Plants, and a guide to cultivating common medicinal plants. In the blank space of every page, there were notes Arya had written by hand, the handwriting elegant and earnest. They are herbology books. When you start classes at Hogwarts, you will definitely find them useful. Harry hugged the books tightly, his dark eyes shining as if filled with starlight, his voice trembling slightly. Thank you, Arya. I really love them. TCH, just a few books. Draco muttered quietly to the side, thinking Arya had given him far more books than that. Harry turned to look at him. Then what did you prepare to give me? Draco was instantly choked up. He indeed had a gift prepared, but showing it in public now would be the same as admitting he had specifically remembered Harry's birthday, wouldn't it? He hadn't specifically remembered it. He just didn't want Arya to think he was stingy. He awkwardly fished an exquisite little gift box out of his pocket and tossed it to Harry. Here. Harry quickly caught it and opened the box. Inside lay a model of the latest Nimbus broomstick, the craftsmanship extremely fine, with even the patterns on the broom handle carved clearly. Wow, so beautiful. It's just average. Draco looked away, feigning indifference. Arya raised an eyebrow, intentionally teasing him. Is this the birthday gift you specifically prepared for Harry? It is not. Draco immediately rushed to retort. It was Mother who reminded me. She said it's the etiquette a gentleman should have. I didn't specifically remember his birthday. Harry held the exquisite broomstick model and looked up at Draco, his eyes sincere. Thank you, Draco. Draco stood up abruptly, adjusting his sleeves with forced composure. I should go back. Mother told me to return to the manor early. After saying that, he walked to the fireplace, scattered the flow powder, and said loudly, Malfoy Manor. Green flames suddenly flared up, and the boy's proud figure vanished in a flash. Actually, Draco is quite a good person. Harry said softly. Yeah, he's just very stubborn with his words. Arya smiled, standing up to pat his shoulder. Let's go, you should head back too, or Aunt Petunia will start shouting again. Just as the two walked out of the garden, a sharp scream came from next door. Harry. Where have you gone to laze around again? Get back here and cook dinner. Harry shrank his neck and lowered his head somewhat helplessly. Then I'm going back, Arya. See you tomorrow, she said softly. The next day, Harry woke up just as dawn broke. He sat in bed, staring blankly at the window, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would shatter his ribs. Today was his 11th birthday. Today, the Hogwarts acceptance letter would definitely come. He dressed quickly and went downstairs. In the kitchen, Aunt Petunia was busy frying bacon, the aroma filling the entire house. Dudley sat at the dining table with a mountain of snacks piled in front of him, grinning from ear to ear. Eat your breakfast quickly, my little diddy dums. Aunt Petunia kissed her son on the cheek, her tone incredibly doting. Uncle Vernon sat at the head of the table, expressionlessly reading the newspaper, exuding an air of cold indifference that kept everyone at a distance. Harry walked to the table and greeted them in a small voice, "Good morning." No one paid him any attention. He sat down silently and picked up a piece of dry, hard bread, his fingers feeling slightly cold. Today, Harry mustered all his courage, his voice so quiet it was almost inaudible. "Will there be a letter for me today?" Uncle Vernon looked up from behind the newspaper, his brow furrowed in an impatient scowl. "What letter?" "Just the mail. There should be a letter for me today." "No." Uncle Vernon dropped the word flatly, buried his face back in the paper, and didn't even spare him a glance. Harry lowered his head, quietly gnawing on the bread as the burning expectation in his heart cooled bit by bit. He waited and waited. Breakfast ended, and there was no letter. Dudley was still excitedly eating his snacks and shouting loudly. The house was full of bustle, but still, no letter. By noon, Harry could no longer sit still. He rushed to the door and stared at the empty mailbox, his heart feeling as if it were being squeezed tightly by an invisible hand, heavy and aching. "Uncle Vernon," he ran back to the living room, his voice carrying a hint of irrepressible trembling, "is there really no letter for me?" "I said no." Uncle Vernon roared sharply, his face turning terrifyingly dark. "Go to your room." "But." "No buts." Harry bit his lip, forcing back the sting in his eyes as he turned and ran upstairs. He locked himself in his small bedroom and sat on the edge of the bed, filled with confusion and grievance. Why was there no letter? Arya had clearly said it would definitely be sent today. Had Hogwarts gotten the address wrong, or had they truly forgotten him? He even had the absurd thought, did Hogwarts have a telephone? Could he call them and ask? Once the thought appeared, he could no longer suppress it. He had to find Arya. Harry rushed downstairs and headed straight for the door. "Stop right there." Uncle Vernon blocked him, his face flushed red. "Where do you think you're going?" "I'm going to find Arya. She's just next door. You are not allowed to go." "Why?" "Because I said so." Uncle Vernon stood firmly in front of the door, looking menacing. "Return to your room immediately." Harry couldn't understand. They were only separated by a wall. Why couldn't he even go there? Just then, ding dong. The doorbell rang. Uncle Vernon's face froze. Harry tried to slip past him, but his arm was grabbed roughly. "Don't open the door." Uncle Vernon roared at Aunt Petunia. Aunt Petunia stood at the kitchen door, looking at Harry with a sense of helplessness. Ding dong, ding dong. From outside the door came Arya's clear and gentle voice. "Mr. Vernon, is Harry home?" Uncle Vernon's expression became even more unsightly. He gritted his teeth and didn't move a muscle. "Mr. Vernon," Arya's voice carried a slight hint of a smile, "I know you're home. Could you please open the door?" Uncle Vernon still refused to budge. "Mr. Vernon." Arya paused, her tone still gentle but carrying a note that brooked no argument. "If you won't open the door, I'll have Mr. Hagrid open it for you." "Mr. Hagrid." Before Harry could react, a deep, booming voice rang out from outside. "Step aside, Arya." Immediately after, boom, the door panel shook violently. That wasn't a knock, it was a heavy impact. Uncle Vernon reflexively took a step back in fear. Boom. At the second impact, even the door frame began to tremble slightly. "Mr. Vernon." Arya's voice still held a smile. "Are you sure you want to continue this standoff?" Uncle Vernon was shaking all over. He could only tremblingly grasp the doorknob and slowly turn the door open. The door opened. Arya stood at the entrance, holding a pale yellow parchment envelope, her eyes curved in a smile. Behind her stood a giant even taller than the door frame, his hair and beard a tangled mess, wearing a massive moleskin overcoat, his physique alarmingly burly. Uncle Vernon's eyes widened and his mouth hung open, unable to say a single word. "Hi, Harry." Arya held the envelope out to him. "Your letter. Sorry it's a bit late. Mr. Vernon didn't seem to want you to receive it." Harry reached out with trembling hands and took the heavy letter. On the pale yellow parchment, written in elegant green ink, was Number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The cupboard under the stairs, formerly Mr. Harry Potter. The line, "the cupboard under the stairs," had been lightly crossed out, and beside it, in another neat script, was added, "the smallest bedroom on the second floor." Harry's hands couldn't stop shaking. He looked up at the giant beside him, who gave him a wide grin, revealing a set of somewhat uneven teeth. Hello, Harry. I'm Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Hello, Harry replied softly, his voice still trembling. All right then. Arya clapped her hands together lightly. The letter has been delivered. Harry, go pack your things. Mr. Hagrid is going to take you to Diagon Alley to buy the items you'll need for school. Leaving right now? Harry asked in disbelief. Right now. Arya nodded, then turned toward Uncle Vernon, her smile still brilliant but carrying an invisible weight of pressure. Mr. Vernon, I'm sure you'll agree. After all, my mother's company seems to be planning some layoffs recently. After she finished speaking, she gently took Harry's hand and walked out of the Dursley family home. Hagrid bent down slightly to squeeze through the door frame, not forgetting to wave the pink umbrella in his hand at the pale-faced Uncle Vernon. Goodbye, Mr. Dursley. The door slowly closed in front of Uncle Vernon. Harry stood in the sunlight of Privet Drive, tightly clutching the letter that would change his fate, looking up at Arya and Hagrid beside him. He followed the two of them forward. After a few steps, he couldn't help but look back at number 4, Privet Drive. Uncle Vernon was still frozen at the door, watching him through the glass window, his face stiff and unsightly. Harry slowly turned his head, leaving all the unease and grievance behind him. He gripped the letter in his hand, his steps becoming light and firm. Finally. He had finally waited long enough. Harry followed Arya into her living room, his mind still a bit dazed. Wasn't he just at the doorstep of number 4, Privet Drive? How did he end up here in the blink of an eye? Wait, Harry blinked. Aren't we going to Diagon Alley? Arya turned around from the fireplace, her smile exceptionally bright. Yeah, to Diagon Alley. But that apparition thing, the first time you use it, it can shake your breakfast right out of you, it's too miserable. Let's use flow powder, the experience is a bit better. Before Harry could react, Freya walked over from the side, holding two items in her hands. A heavy small cloth bag and a blue, soft-looking pouch. Harry, happy birthday. Freya squatted down and handed the items to him. This bag is full of galleons. When you go to Diagon Alley later to buy things, Auntie will cover all the costs. This blue one is a magical spatial pouch. Just put whatever you buy inside, so you won't have to carry lots of bags. It's very convenient. Harry's eyes widened, and he hurriedly waved his hands. No, this is too expensive. I can't take it. Hagrid spoke up beside them in a booming voice. Harry's parents left him money at Gringotts. Right. Harry nodded quickly. Freya reached out and stroked Harry's head, her voice exceptionally gentle. Don't be polite with Auntie. Your mother, Lily, was my good friend. You are like my own child. Harry's nose felt a bit stingy as he was touched. In all his years growing up, no one had ever spoken to him like this except for Arya. He took a step forward and gave Freya a tight hug. Freya gently patted his back. After a few seconds, Harry sheepishly let go, his ears a bit red. All right, Harry, Arya walked over. Practice saying, Diagon Alley, with me a few times. Practice more so you don't mispronounce it. Harry was a bit puzzled. Why do I need to practice this? Don't worry about it, just practice. Arya thought to herself, can I tell you that in the movie, you mispronounced the spell and ended up in Nocturne Alley? That would scare you to death. Diagon Alley. Arya demonstrated. Diagon Alley. Harry repeated. Louder, clearer. Diagon Alley. Again. Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley. Harry recited it very seriously, as if it were an actual incantation. Freya watched from the side and smiled. Arya, go and show him how it's done. Sure thing. Arya walked to the fireplace and grabbed a handful of glittering powder from a small bowl on the mantelpiece. She stepped into the fireplace and threw the powder down. Diagon Alley. Green flames roared up with a whoosh, instantly engulfing her. After the flames vanished, the fireplace was empty. Harry's eyes went wide. Wow, so this was flow powder. He had only seen Draco use it before and had been incredibly envious every time. Today, he finally got to try it himself. Your turn, Harry, Freya said gently. Harry took a deep breath and walked to the fireplace. His hands shook slightly as he grabbed a handful of flow powder. The powder felt cool and was shimmering. He stepped into the fireplace, looked at Freya, and then at Hagrid. Freya nodded at him, and Hagrid grinned, revealing his uneven teeth. Harry steeled himself, threw the powder down, and shouted at the top of his lungs, Diagon Alley. Green flames flared up violently. He felt himself spinning, countless fireplaces flashing past his eyes, and then, bang! He stumbled out of another fireplace, nearly falling over. A hand steadily caught him. Steady now. It's always like this for beginners, Arya's voice came through. Harry looked up and found himself in a dimly lit pub. There were wooden tables and chairs, the lighting was very low, and the air smelled of a mix of beer and wood. Was this the leaky cauldron? Impressive, you succeeded on the first try. Arya patted his shoulder. I thought for sure you'd mispronounce it. Before Harry could speak, green flames erupted in the fireplace again. Freya stepped out gracefully, dusting off non-existent soot from her robes. Next was Hagrid, who had to stoop to squeeze out of the fireplace, nearly knocking the mantelpiece askew. There were a few customers drinking in the pub. They all looked over when they saw Hagrid emerge. A bald old man behind the bar looked up. Hagrid. Long time no see. Are you bringing children? Tom. Hagrid's booming voice made the pub vibrate. I'm bringing little Harry to buy his school supplies. The pub suddenly fell silent. A few seconds later, everyone stood up. Harry Potter. Is it really him? Merlin's beard, the savior. People crowded around, greeting Harry all at once, wanting to shake his hand. Harry was startled by the commotion and instinctively leaned closer to Arya. Arya stepped forward half a pace and blocked them with a smile. Everyone, it's Harry's first time in Diagon Alley today. He's a bit nervous, so please don't scare him. She spoke politely, but her meaning was clear. The crowd backed off slightly, but they still eyed Harry curiously. Just then, a man wearing a purple turban walked over from a corner. He looked a bit nervous and spoke with a stutter. Hagrid, is this Harry Potter? Professor Quirrell. Hagrid greeted him warmly. Yes, this is Harry. Harry, this is Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher at Hogwarts. Hello, Harry. Professor Quirrell held out his hand. Harry shook hands with him and found that his palm was covered in sweat. Nice to meet you, Professor. Professor Quirrell chatted with Hagrid for a few more moments about the school, then said he had shopping to do and hurried away. Arya watched his retreating back, muttering to herself. Good grief, so that's Professor Quirrell, the one with Voldemort attached to the back of his head. She couldn't help but wonder, how did he sleep at night? On his stomach? On his side? He certainly couldn't lie flat on his back, otherwise, wouldn't he squash the Dark Lord? Come on, let's go to Diagon Alley, Hagrid said, leading them through the back door of the pub into a small courtyard. There was nothing here except a brick wall and a few trash cans. Harry looked at Hagrid in confusion. Hagrid grinned and pulled out his pink umbrella. Harry now knew it was his wand. Watch closely, Harry. This is how you do it if you come by yourself in the future. Hagrid tapped the wall a few times. The bricks he tapped began to wiggle and then slide aside, revealing an archway in the middle. The archway grew larger and larger until it became a broad cobblestone street stretching into the distance. On both sides of the street were all sorts of strange shops with magical lights shimmering in the windows. Pedestrians in robes walked to and fro, and owls flew overhead. Harry's mouth fell open. This was Diagon Alley. This was the magic world. Wow, was the only sound he could make. Hagrid patted his shoulder. Impressive, isn't it? I was the same way the first time I came. All right, I have to take you to Gringotts. Your parents left some things for you there. Besides, Headmaster Dumbledore also tasked me with some business. Arya knew Hagrid was going to get the Philosopher's Stone. She looked at Harry. Do you want us to wait for you for a bit? Once you're out of Gringotts, we can go shopping together. Harry shook his head hurriedly. No, you guys go ahead. No need to wait for me specifically. I'm afraid I'll keep you waiting too long. Arya shrugged. All right then. Actually, Draco asked me to come with him months ago, but I said I wanted to wait for you, so I put it off until now. It looks like I'll have to go buy my things by myself today. Harry was stunned. Draco had asked her a long time ago. She had delayed it until now just to wait for him. A strange feeling suddenly surged in his heart, a bit warm, yet a bit guilty. I'm sorry. Harry said softly. Why are you apologizing? Arya smiled. Hurry along with Hagrid. Gringotts is quite fun, full of goblins. Mom and I are going shopping, let's meet up at the Diagon Alley bookstore later. Freya walked over and stuffed the blue spatial pouch into Harry's hand. Take it, you'll need it later. This time, Harry didn't refuse and gripped the bag tightly. Thank you, Aunt Freya. Go on. Freya stroked his head. Hagrid led Harry down the street toward a white marble building that looked very grand, with uniformed goblins standing at the entrance. Arya watched their retreating backs and then turned to Freya. Mom, should we go buy wands first or robes? Let's pick a wand first. Freya took her hand. Last time we came, you didn't find a suitable one. The mother and daughter headed in another direction. Harry looked back as he walked, seeing Arya and Freya's figures disappear into the crowd. He gripped the spatial pouch in his hand, thinking to himself that he must thank Arya properly later. To wait for him, she had even turned down Draco's invitation. Harry, look there. Hagrid's booming voice pulled him back to reality. That's Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank. Your parents' vault is inside. Harry looked up at the white building. A new world had truly begun. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Magic School. Please don't ship us. We're really just classmates. Part 2. Freya gently held Arya's hand, and the mother and daughter walked slowly along the warm, cobblestone path of Diagon Alley. We're here. Freya stopped in front of a shop that exuded the atmosphere of the passing years. Although the gilded sign on the wooden door had peeled slightly, the lettering remained clear. Ollivander, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. Freya pushed open the door and led Arya inside. The wooden door closed gently behind them, instantly shutting out the bustle of Diagon Alley. The shop was long and narrow, with towering shelves piled on both sides, where long boxes layered with thin dust were neatly arranged. The air was filled with the scent of old wood and faint magic, like an ancient book sealed away for years. An elderly man with white hair was standing on a ladder organizing the shelves. Hearing the door, he turned slowly and stepped down from the ladder with composure. His light gray eyes, like the thin mist of a winter morning, rested on Arya and paused slightly. I remember you, miss. The old man's voice was soft and gentle. You came 3 months ago and tried many wands, but none of them resonated with you. Arya nodded slightly. Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Ollivander. Ollivander did not casually reach for a ready-made wand as he did with other young wizards. He turned and walked to the deepest part of the shop, where the shelves appeared even older and the boxes were few and far between. He stood on tiptoe slightly and took down a simple, light-colored wooden box from the highest shelf. The box was simple and unadorned, without a single decorative pattern. I have been making this wand for nearly 70 years. Ollivander walked back to the counter and set the box down gently. I have never been able to find the person who could truly wield it. He slowly lifted the lid. A wand lay quietly on a velvet cushion. The wand body was a pale ivory, with a wood grain as delicate as flowing water. It looked slender, yet it exuded a calm and resilient power. The tip was embedded with only a faint, silvery blue halo, with no other decoration. The wood is century-old moonwood. Ollivander's tone became more solemn. It only grows under the midnight moonlight, it is light in texture, yet exceptionally resilient. He paused and looked at Arya. The core is a dual core of unicorn hair and phoenix tail feather. Arya was slightly taken aback. A dual core wand. In the entire magical world, it was the rarest of the rare. Unicorn hair symbolizes purity and stability, while phoenix feather represents freedom and rebirth. The two combined. Dual core. Freya asked softly from the side, her surprise undisguised. Precisely. Ollivander nodded. It is temperamental, gentle yet extremely stable, and recognizes only a master with a pure heart and extraordinary magic. I once thought it might never be awakened. Arya reached out, her fingertips gently gripping the wand. In an instant, a warm and gentle power poured in from her fingertips, flowing slowly down her arm and through her entire body. It was not flamboyant, not overbearing, but exceptionally steady, blending perfectly with the magic inside her. The long boxes in the shop trembled slightly, releasing only a faint ring of light. There was no bright flash, no roar, it was as quiet as if it had simply let out a gentle yawn. A look of relief appeared in Ollivander's eyes. Perfect, he said softly. Finally, it has been found. 12 inches, neither arrogant nor impatient, extremely resilient, and highly compatible. It can carry the most ancient spells and master the most subtle magic. Among all the works of my life, it is unique. Arya waved the wand gently. As her fingertips traced the air, the feather on the counter used for testing floated up quietly, light and precise, without a hint of panic. I like it very much. She curved her eyes and smiled softly. Ollivander nodded slightly, and it has finally waited for the person who belongs to it. Freya paid 7 galleons, and Arya carefully put the wand away. Walking out of Ollivander's wand shop, Freya looked at the shopping list. Next, we'll go buy school uniforms. Madame Malkin's robe shop is just ahead. The robe shop was far busier than the wand shop. Several young wizards were getting measured, and an automatic tape measure was busy working around a red-haired boy. Welcome. Madame Malkin was a short, plump, and kind witch with a warm smile. Is this for Hogwarts uniforms? Yes, for my daughter. Freya gently nudged Arya forward. All right, dear, step onto that footstool. Madame Malkin directed her gently. The automatic tape measure immediately flew over, nimbly measuring Arya and silently recording the dimensions. Freya walked around the shop and picked up a pale blue dress. Arya, what do you think of this one? It's a new style. Mom, I already have enough clothes. Arya said softly, feeling helpless. There's no such thing as having too many clothes for a girl. Freya said righteously, try it on. If it fits, we'll buy it. Just then, Arya's stomach gave a soft growl. They had left in a hurry this morning and only drank a little milk, so she was indeed hungry now. Freya laughed. Hungry, are you? I'll go next door to buy some pastries. When Harry comes later, you can eat together. You try on the dress here, and I'll be back soon. Okay. Arya took the dress and walked into the fitting room. She had just finished changing into the dress and stepped out, looking down to smooth the hem. Fred, watch where you're going. I am watching. Ow. Thud. Arya bumped into a solid chest, her body jerking backward. A hand firmly wrapped around her waist, gently steadying her. Sorry. A voice filled with amusement sounded above her. I was walking backward and didn't see anyone behind me. Whoa. Arya looked up. The person steadying her was a red-haired boy with a mischievous smile on his face and bright, spirited eyes. He looked at her, his expression shifting from apology to undisguised admiration. Arya was wearing the pale blue dress, which made her skin look even fairer, and her brown hair hung lightly over her shoulders. She was already pretty, but after changing into the dress, she looked as if she were wrapped in soft light, quiet yet dazzling. Fred Weasley suddenly felt his heartbeat skip a beat. This girl is just too beautiful. Are you all right? Fred let go, but his gaze remained fixed on her. I'm fine. Arya gently smoothed her skirt. And you? I didn't hurt you, did I? I'm tough as nails, a little bump is nothing, Fred grinned. But if you had fallen, it would have been a grave sin on my part. Such a beautiful dress, it would be a pity to get it dirty. Just then, another red-haired boy walked over, looking almost identical to Fred. Fred, did you run into someone again? George approached, his eyes lingering on Arya for a moment. He was more perceptive than Fred and sensed immediately that this girl was different. It wasn't just her striking looks, her aura was particularly special. Despite her young age, there was a calmness in her eyes that surpassed her years. And who might this be? George asked curiously. Just someone I accidentally bumped into. I haven't asked for her name yet. Fred scratched his head. I'm Fred Weasley, and this is George. Arya Selwyn. Selwyn. George raised an eyebrow. As in the Selwyn family. Yes, Arya nodded slightly. Fred let out an exaggerated whistle. Impressive. Why are you here alone? Where are your parents? My mother went next door to buy some pastries and left me here to try on clothes. Are you here to buy school uniforms too? Picking them up for our younger brother, Ron. The kid was clamoring for ice cream, so the two of us were left to run the errand, George explained with a shrug. Fred suddenly leaned in closer, lowering his voice in mock secrecy. Actually, we snuck out. Mum doesn't know. Anyway, it's just picking up some clothes, it's not like we'll get lost. Arya was amused by his antics. It sounds like you do this often. Naturally, Fred puffed out his chest, looking so proud he was practically wagging a tail. Life needs a bit of excitement, right, George? Of course. George chimed in immediately, the brothers in perfect sync. Especially at Hogwarts. If you don't find some fun, what's the difference between being there and chewing on dry bread at home? Fred turned to Arya, his eyes sparkling. Listen to that, now that's a life philosophy. You'll see when you get to school. You can't just bury your head in books all day, you've got to know how to have fun. George joined in with a straight face, though a smile flickered in his eyes. Exactly. We can provide you with a free Hogwarts survival guide, covering everything from how to avoid Filch to how to snag the last piece of chocolate cake in the Great Hall. The full package. Arya chuckled at their double act. You two seem very experienced. You'd better believe it, Fred said, standing tall. In all of Gryffindor, no one knows better than us how to have fun without getting caught. Are you a first year too? George asked. Yes. So, which house do you want to be in? Fred asked immediately, his eyes wide. Given your vibe, Ravenclaw. Or Slytherin. After all, the Selwyns. He cut himself off halfway, afraid of causing offense. Not that I'm saying you definitely will be. That sorting hat fellow is quite unreliable, he makes mistakes all the time. Arya was amused by his nervousness. I don't know, it's all up to the sorting hat. But my mother was in Gryffindor. Gryffindor is great. Fred's eyes lit up instantly, as if he'd found a treasure. We're in Gryffindor. If you get sorted there, we'll look out for you. If anyone dares to bully you, just give them our names. Though sometimes giving our names might bring more trouble, I guarantee no one will dare to actually mess with you. George gave him a light nudge with his elbow and whispered a reminder, don't scare the new student, she hasn't even started school yet. I'm not. Fred protested righteously. I'm being friendly. Sincere friendliness, you get it. Watching the twins bicker so seriously, the corners of Arya's mouth remained turned up, and the smile in her eyes was impossible to hide. She had originally thought that Gryffindor students would be cold and distant toward members of the Selwyn family, but these two completely shattered her expectations. They were lively, straightforward, and held no grudges, like two little suns that would never go out. As soon as they spoke, the surrounding air became light and warm. When you smile, you seem like a good fit for Gryffindor too, George said offhandedly, then paused slightly himself. It sounded a bit abrupt, but he just couldn't help saying it. Fred nodded vigorously like a woodpecker. I completely agree. George rarely compliments people. If he does, it must be true. Arya blinked gently, her tone sincere and natural. Thank you. I think Gryffindor is wonderful too. With seniors like you, it's bound to be very interesting. This sentence sent both of them over the moon. Fred almost clapped his hands then and there. Did you hear that, George? She called us interesting. What impeccable taste. It is indeed, George nodded with a smile. 100 times better than Ron's taste. All that boy thinks about right now is food. While they were chatting animatedly, Freya returned carrying a small bag of pastries. Arya, I bought. She saw the twins, and a warm smile immediately spread across her face. And who are these two? Mother, this is George and Fred Weasley, Arya introduced. They're here to pick up a school uniform for their brother. The Weasley children. Freya smiled. I know your parents. Are Arthur and Molly doing well? They're doing great, ma'am, George replied with a grin. It's just that Dad's been obsessed with some muggle plugs lately, and Mum is about to go crazy, Fred added. Freya laughed. That certainly sounds like something Arthur would do. By the way, are you also students at Hogwarts? Yes, we're in our third year, Fred nodded. That's perfect then. Freya handed the bag of pastries to Arya. Arya is starting her first year. Please look after her at school. Absolutely. Fred promised, thumping his chest. I guarantee no one will dare bully her. With us around, you have nothing to worry about, George said, slinging an arm around Fred and raising an eyebrow with a smile. Madame Malkin handed over Arya's packaged uniform, and Freya paid. We should be going, we still have other things to buy, Freya said with a smile. It was a pleasure meeting you, boys. It was a pleasure meeting you too, ma'am. Fred looked at Arya, his eyes bright. See you on the Hogwarts Express. We'll save a compartment for you, it gets really crowded on the first day. Sure, Arya nodded. It's a deal then. Fred gave an exceptionally brilliant smile. Arya and Freya walked out of the robes shop. Fred and George stood at the door, watching them leave. Wow, Fred said softly. Wow, George echoed. Did you see her in that dress? I saw. She looked incredible. She really did. And she's a Selwyn, Fred mused, rubbing his chin. Yet she doesn't put on airs at all, and she's so easy to talk to. George thought for a moment and said slowly, she's different. How so? I can't quite put my finger on it. George shook his head. I just feel, she's not like other girls. Fred grinned. Whatever, we'll see her again when school starts. And then. As long as you don't scare her off, George interrupted with a mischievous grin. You were like a peacock showing off its feathers just now. I was not. You totally were. Bickering, the two of them picked up Ron's uniform package and walked out of the shop. Stepping out of Madame Malkin's robe shop, Freya glanced down at the school supply list. Wand, school robes, all prepared, just missing a pet. She gently held Arya's hand and asked softly. Hogwarts allows students to bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. Which one would you like to have? A cat, I think. Arya pondered for a moment before answering softly. Owls are too noisy, and toads. I don't really like them. Then let's go to the magical menagerie. The magical menagerie was tucked away deep in Diagon Alley. Its storefront was small, but it was surprisingly spacious inside. Various cages were stacked layer upon layer, with owls cooing on the wooden perches overhead, while a few toads hopped clumsily in a glass tank in the corner. The most eye-catching area was undoubtedly the cat section. A dozen or so cats were curled up in their respective territories. There were ordinary tabby cats, as well as magical cat breeds that looked extraordinary at a glance. Arya's gaze was instantly and firmly drawn to a ragdoll cat in the corner. It lay on a wooden shelf covered with a soft velvet cushion, its fur a clean, beautiful blue bicolor, and its eyes were like two clear sapphires. Most uniquely, the tips of its ears were adorned with tufts of long, fine fur, giving it a faint, sharp air of a lynx. The owner was a short, plump witch who, seeing Arya staring at the cat for so long, walked over with a smile. You have a good eye, young lady. This ragdoll cat has Kneazle blood. It's very clever and can spot someone with ill intentions at a glance. Kneazle blood. That's rare. Freya said with slight surprise. Yes, the witch sighed helplessly. But this little one has a proud temper. Several groups of people wanted to take it, but it ignored them all and even hissed. I thought it was going to stay here until it retired. Arya walked over gently. The ragdoll cat, originally dozing lazily, seemed to sense her presence and slowly lifted its head. It looked quietly at Arya for a few seconds before letting out a soft, meow. The next instant, it nimbly jumped off the shelf, walked with elegant steps to Arya's feet, and docilely rubbed its furry head against her pant leg. After rubbing against her, it laid down on the floor, exposing its soft belly, and let out a comfortable purr from its throat. The shop owner's eyes went wide instantly. Merlin's beard, she murmured in amazement. It actually approached you on its own. A few days ago, a young master from a pure-blood family tried to pet it and was almost scratched until he bled. Arya crouched down, her fingertips landing gently on the cat's belly. The ragdoll cat rubbed against her even more affectionately, its tail held high, wrapping around her wrist. It really likes you, it seems it was meant to be. Freya smiled gently. Mom, I want it. Arya held the kitten, her tone carrying a rare note of determination. The shop owner muttered to herself as she collected the money, strange, truly strange. Arya held the cat securely in her arms. It lay obediently in her embrace, not moving, just watching her quietly with its water blue eyes. Let's give it a name, Freya suggested. Arya looked at its soft, moonlight-colored fur and said softly, let's call it Moon Shadow. Moon Shadow, that's beautiful. After buying the pet, the only things left on the list were the textbooks. We have the other supplies at home, and the manor already has owls, so there's no need to buy more. Let's go to Flourish and Blots to get the textbooks, and then wait for Harry to arrive, Freya arranged. Flourish and Blots was crowded, with many parents taking their children to select books for the new semester. Arya quickly found the textbooks like the Standard Book of Spells Grade 1 History of Magic, and Magical Theory, and signaled the clerk to pack them up. While waiting for them to be packed, she walked over to a bookshelf, pulled out a copy of Great Events in Modern Magic, and began reading it quietly. Freya paid and walked over, and seeing her daughter buried in a book again, she couldn't help but shake her head gently. You child, you're only 11, but you're like a little adult. Other children are busy playing, but you only love reading. She ruffled Arya's hair. Arya didn't even look up. Reading is also fun. You take after your father in this regard. Freya smiled. He was the same when he was young. He would dive into the study and wouldn't come out for a whole day. About half an hour later, Hagrid's booming, bell-like voice came from the bookstore entrance. Here. They're here. Arya looked up and saw Hagrid squeezing through the doorway with his massive frame, with Harry following closely behind him, carrying a bulging blue pouch. Arya. Aunt Freya. I've finished my shopping. Harry ran over quickly. Did everything go smoothly? Arya asked with concern. Really smoothly. Harry was incredibly excited. Gringotts is so magical, those goblins, and the tracks that are like a roller coaster. Hagrid took me to withdraw the money my parents left me, and I also bought a wand, look. He pulled out his wand. Holly, 11 inches, with a phoenix feather core. Mr. Ollivander said this wand and that person's wand are brother wands. Harry's voice lowered slightly. The wand chooses the wizard. Arya comforted him softly, it chose you, and that's enough. Harry nodded and carefully put the wand away. I've already bought your textbooks for you. Arya pointed to the large package on the counter. Is there anything else you need to buy? No, everything is complete. Harry held up the birdcage in his hand, his eyes shining. Hagrid also gave me an owl, Snow White and especially beautiful. I named her Hedwig. Hagrid walked over and said to Freya, Madam, Harry's things are all prepared, so I'll leave him in your care. Headmaster Dumbledore has something else for me to do, so I must be off. Don't worry, Hagrid. Freya nodded with a smile, I will take good care of him. Hagrid bent down and patted Harry on the shoulder. See you at school, Harry. September 1st, King's Cross Station, don't forget. I won't forget. Harry nodded vigorously. Hagrid waved at Arya again and left the bookstore with heavy steps. All right, Freya clapped her hands gently, it's time for us to go home too. Harry asked curiously, are we using flow powder again? Flow powder works too. Freya winked, her tone playful. However, would you like to try apparition? Apparition. Harry's eyes lit up instantly. Is that the magic where you whoosh and disappear, then suddenly appear somewhere else? Yes. I want to try. Arya stood to the side, wanting to say something but hesitating. Harry noticed her strange expression. What's wrong, Arya? It's nothing. Arya sighed softly. It's just, don't regret it later. Why would I regret it? Harry was full of excitement. It sounds extremely cool. Freya looked at her daughter's, I knew it, expression and couldn't help but chuckle secretly. Come on, hold tight to my arms. She extended both arms. Harry immediately grabbed Freya's left arm tightly, holding on with all his might. Arya resignedly grabbed her right arm. Hold on tight. Apparition. Harry only felt as if he had been abruptly shoved into an incredibly narrow rubber tube, with pressure squeezing him from all sides. His vision went black, his ears buzzed, and his whole world spun around. The next second, with a bang, he fell heavily onto the hard ground. Ah! Harry lay on the ground, feeling his stomach churning violently, his vision swimming with black spots, as if his soul had been flung away. Arya wasn't much better off, even though she had been mentally prepared, her face was pale, and she sat on the ground, breathing slowly. Only Freya remained standing steadily, reaching out to help the two children up one by one. It's like this the first time. She said with a smile, you'll get used to it after trying a few more times. Harry held his knees, panting for a long while before he barely managed to recover. He raised his head and was instantly stunned. In front of him was not that house on Privet Drive, but a manor. Behind the massive iron gate was a wide, smooth driveway, and at the end stood a building as magnificent as a small castle. All around were neatly trimmed lawns and gardens, with a lake and forest faintly visible in the distance. Where is this? Harry asked, stuttering. Harry, welcome to my home, Selwyn Manor. Harry opened his mouth wide, unable to close it for a long time. He had long known that Arya's family was well off, he could tell from the house on Privet Drive. But he had never imagined it would be a place as grand as a palace. We moved to Privet Drive before to take care of you. Freya's voice softened as she explained gently. Your mother, Lily, was my good friend. I couldn't just watch you grow up in that kind of environment. Harry was suddenly stunned. Now that you're going to Hogwarts, you live at school on weekdays, and you can come back here to stay during the holidays. Freya continued. Of course, if you want to go back to Privet Drive to visit, you can. I still have shares in your uncle's company, he won't dare to bully you again. She winked playfully at Harry. Harry felt a sting in his nose, and his eyes grew slightly hot. So, Arya's family had moved to the Muggle world specifically for him. Thank you, he said softly, his voice carrying a hint of choked emotion. What are you thanking me for? Freya patted his shoulder gently. Let's go inside and take a look. I've prepared a room for you, right next to Arya's. She took the two children by the hand and walked toward the magnificent and warm manor. Moon's shadow moved slightly in Arya's arms, letting out a soft, contented purr. Harry had been living at Selwyn Manor for over a week now. To him, the past week had been as beautiful as a dream he never wanted to wake up from. Every morning when he woke up, he had to secretly pinch the back of his hand to convince himself that everything before him was real. The soft, spacious bed, the clean room, and the sight of the endless garden and lawn when he opened the window. Pobby the house elf would always deliver breakfast to his room on time and ask him what he wanted to eat that day. Harry had never been treated with such gentleness and care. And what made him feel even more at ease was that Arya lived right next door to him. Morning, Harry. In the morning corridor, Arya walked out from the room opposite. She was wearing light blue pajamas, her light brown hair slightly messy, and she held Moon's shadow, who was curled into a ball, in her arms. The ragdoll cat glanced up at Harry, gave a lazy meow, and buried its head back in. Morning, Harry's smile was exceptionally bright. You're up quite early today. I couldn't sleep anymore. Arya yawned softly, a faint smile in her eyes. I'm a bit excited thinking about school starting next week. The two walked downstairs side by side toward the dining room, which was astonishingly large, almost big enough to fit the Dursley family's entire living room. The long dining table was covered with steaming food, and Pobby was quietly pouring chilled pumpkin juice into cups. Freya was already seated at the head of the table, her expression softened immediately upon seeing the two children come down. Come quickly, we have your favorite blueberry muffins today. Harry sat down, picked up a muffin, and took a gentle bite. It was soft, sweet, and at just the right temperature. He couldn't help but think of mornings on Privet Drive, where Dudley would always hog all the fried eggs and sausages, while he was only given a slice of dry, hard bread. But here, he could pick up anything he wanted to eat at will, without having to be cautious or watch others' expressions. Mom, is Draco coming this weekend? Arya suddenly spoke up. Freya nodded. Yes, Lucius wrote to say that Draco wants to come play with you, so he'll bring him over on Saturday. The muffin in Harry's hand suddenly didn't taste as sweet. Where will he stay when he arrives? Harry asked nonchalantly. The guest room, naturally. Freya gave him a strange look. The manor has plenty of rooms. Why? Do you not like Draco? No, just asking. Harry lowered his head and took a sip of pumpkin juice. Arya glanced at him and softly smoothed things over. The two of them always like to bicker when they meet. It's just a bit of friction between children. Freya smiled. It'll be fine once they grow up. Harry silently retorted in his mind. No, it won't. Draco is always trying to steal Arya from him. The weekend arrived quickly. Saturday morning, Harry was in his room packing things. Actually, there wasn't much to pack. His belongings were pitifully few, but Pobby still insisted on helping him arrange everything neatly. Suddenly, the doorbell rang downstairs. Following that were several voices, both familiar and strange. He immediately recognized one clear, somewhat arrogant voice. Where's Arya? Harry put down his clothes and pushed the door open. He stood by the railing of the second-floor corridor and looked down. In the hall, Lucius wore a well-tailored dark green robe, holding his signature snake-head cane, his posture elegant yet distant. Narcissa stood by his side, her pale blonde hair styled meticulously, her aura cool yet gentle. Draco stood at the very front, his eyes eagerly searching around the hall. Draco, mind your manners, Lucius reminded him coolly. Draco curled his lip but ultimately reined in his impatience. Vesper and Freya came out from the living room to greet them, exchanging pleasantries with the Malfoys with smiles. Lucius, Narcissa, welcome. Vesper, Freya, long time no see. The adults began discussing Ministry of Magic business, the movements of pure blood families, and the progress of various bills. Harry didn't understand most of it and had no interest in listening. Draco took advantage of the adults' distraction and quietly slipped upstairs. He headed toward Arya's room with practiced ease, but as he rounded the corner of the corridor, he ran straight into Harry. Both were momentarily stunned. Draco reacted first, his brow furrowing instantly. What are you doing here? I live here, Harry answered calmly. You live here? Draco's voice rose sharply. You're living at Arya's house. Yes. Which room are you staying in? Harry raised a finger and pointed to his door. Draco looked in the direction he pointed, his gray eyes widening suddenly. That door was right next to Arya's room, separated by only a wall. You live next door to her. Draco's tone had changed completely. What of it? Harry countered. I've never even stayed next door to her. Draco blurted out. As soon as the words left his mouth, he himself was stunned for a moment. Harry looked at him and suddenly chuckled softly. During this week at Selwyn Manor, he had changed so much. Eating well, sleeping in warmth, having people care for and look after him, he no longer had to live like a weed shrinking in a corner. He had become steady, and also, confident. There's nothing to be done about that, Harry said in a flat tone, yet with a trace of subtle confidence. Aunt Freya arranged it. Draco was infuriated by his demeanor. What are you so smug about? You're just a what? Harry looked up at him. Draco opened his mouth, but those biting words were stuck in his throat, unable to come out. He wanted to say he was just the famous savior, just a wild brat raised in a muggle family, just an orphan with no parents. But in the end, he didn't say a single word. It wasn't that he didn't want to, he just couldn't. Harry's eyes were too calm, too open, without a trace of inferiority or evasion, which instead made his heart panic for some reason. You. Draco held it in for a long while before squeezing out a single sentence. You're living quite comfortably here. It is very comfortable, Harry nodded frankly. Much better than Privet Drive. Naturally. Selwyn Manor is. I know, Harry interrupted him. It's very luxurious and grand. Arya has already given me a tour. Draco was once again left speechless. He had intended to show off using his familiarity with the manor, but Harry's, Arya has already given me a tour, directly cut off all his talking points. What are you two talking about? Arya's voice came from behind. She walked over slowly, holding Moon Shadow, looking at Harry and then at Draco, whose expression seemed off. Nothing. Draco spoke first, his tone stiff. I was just asking Harry if he's getting used to living here. Harry glanced at him and didn't expose him. I'm quite used to it, he said softly. Arya is very good to me. The corner of Draco's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Draco. Lucius's voice, neither loud nor soft, came from downstairs. Come down. Draco turned around reluctantly and walked to the staircase. Lucius stood at the staircase, his gaze resting indifferently on him. I heard you speaking loudly upstairs just now. Is this the upbringing of the Malfoy family? Draco lowered his head. I'm sorry, father. Only then did Lucius turn to Harry, a standard, detached, aristocratic smile slowly spreading across his face. Mr. Potter, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father. Hello, Mr. Malfoy, Harry responded politely. I hear you have been staying with the Selwyn family recently, Lucius said, his tone gentle, yet his words carried an imperceptible scrutiny. Freya has always been kind-hearted. She was an old acquaintance of your mother, so it is only right that she takes care of you. Harry understood the subtext. You need not truly consider yourself the master of this house. Thank you for your concern, he replied, neither humble nor pushy. Aunt Freya has been very good to me, and I am very grateful. Lucius nodded slightly and said nothing more. Arya stood to the side, sighing silently in her heart. She had to admit, Lucius was indeed exceptionally handsome, but it was a pity he was so hypocritical. Perhaps due to his father's influence, he was not as extreme as in the original work, but that arrogance and fake courtesy carved into his bones could still not be hidden. Uncle Lucius, Draco just has a quick temper, it's nothing, she said, trying to smooth things over. Lucius glanced at her, his smile deepening slightly. Arya is still as sensible as ever. The children are just playing around, Vesper said, walking over and naturally taking over the conversation. Let's go, Lucius, let's sit in the study. I've just acquired a batch of red wine and would like you to help me appraise it. The adults turned and walked toward the study one after another. Draco stood where he was, staring fixedly at Arya. You took his side, he said, his tone aggrieved and dissatisfied. I was taking your side, Arya corrected. You were helping him. Draco's voice rose again. He lives next door to you. I've never stayed there. Why is there anything to quibble about regarding this? Arya asked helplessly. The room was arranged by Mother. Then why won't you let me live next door to you? You always stay in the guest room, it's always been like that. That's different. The past is the past, and now is now. Now he's living there. Draco insisted stubbornly. Harry spoke up from the side. If you really want to live next door, you can go tell Aunt Freya. She would probably agree. Draco turned his head sharply to glare at him. The words sounded polite, but Draco precisely captured the subtext. He lives next door because Aunt Freya arranged it proactively, while you would have to beg to live there. Who cares? Draco's cheeks flushed crimson. He threw out the words in a fit of shame and anger, then turned and ran. The thumping of his footsteps rushed all the way down the stairs. Even though Arya called out to him from behind, he did not look back at all. This young master's temper is truly explosive, Arya said, shaking her head lightly. Harry did not speak. He understood everything Draco hadn't said just now. Those thorns hidden behind the harshness happened to prick his most vulnerable spot. Harry, Arya noticed his expression had darkened and asked softly, are you all right? I'm fine, Harry said in a low voice. It's just, I miss my parents a little. Arya was silent for a few seconds, then gently reached out and patted his shoulder. They must have loved you very, very much, she said, her voice gentle and firm. So you must live well and be happy. Harry nodded gently, the shadows in his eyes gradually dissipating a little. He wasn't truly that sad, he just wanted Arya to pay a little more attention to him in that moment. A week later, it was the first day of school. King's Cross Station was packed with people, noisy and crowded. Vesper and Freya came together to personally see Harry and Arya off to school. Freya wore a deep red dress, elegant and eye-catching. Vesper wore a dark, long trench coat, his temperament steady and gentle. Watch closely, Freya said, pointing to the thick brick wall between platforms 9 and 10. This is it. Push your carts directly at the wall. Don't hesitate, and don't slow down. Harry stared at the solid wall and swallowed nervously. Are you sure, we won't crash into it? You won't, Freya couldn't help but laugh. When I came here for the first time, I was just as worried as you. Trust me, just run straight through. Arya, you go first. Give Harry a demonstration. Arya gripped the trolley handle, took a deep breath, and sprinted toward the brick wall. She even closed her eyes. The next second, her body passed through without any resistance. The view before her suddenly opened up. A deep red steam train was parked quietly beside the platform, with a line of large golden letters hanging above the engine, Hogwarts Express. The platform was crowded with students and parents dressed in wizard robes, owls hooted softly in their cages, cats paced quietly by their feet, and a few boys ran back and forth excitedly, holding toads. Noisy, vibrant, and full of magic. Arya stood where she was, staring blankly at everything before her. The scenes she had once only seen in movies were now appearing right before her, real and tangible. Wow, she exclaimed softly. The sound of wheels rolling came from behind her. Harry had also successfully passed through. He stopped his cart, staring wide-eyed at the scene before him, his breath slightly hitched. This the Hogwarts Express, Arya said, turning her head and giving him a bright smile. Vesper and Freya also passed through the barrier and walked over to the two children. Freya bent down first and kissed Arya's forehead gently. Take care of yourself, and take care of Moonshadow. Then, she turned to Harry and planted a gentle kiss on his forehead as well. Don't be afraid at Hogwarts, just treat it like home. Remember to write often. Thank you, Aunt Freya, Harry nodded. Vesper stepped forward, looking first at Arya, then at Harry. You don't need to be reserved at school, study hard and make good friends. He paused. If you encounter any trouble, no matter how big or small, remember to tell home. The Selwyn family will always be your backing. He patted both of them on the shoulder gently. Protect yourselves, and take care of each other. We know, Dad. Thank you, Uncle Vesper. Freya straightened their collars and robes, while Vesper personally lifted their luggage onto the train and put it away. Go find a compartment, don't be too late. Goodbye, Dad and Mom. Goodbye, Aunt Freya, Uncle Vesper. The two stepped onto the train. When they looked back, Vesper and Freya were still standing in the same spot, waving gently at them side by side. Until the train slowly started to move and the platform gradually receded, those two gentle and reliable figures slowly disappeared from view. The train door closed behind them. Arya and Harry stood in the crowded corridor, surrounded by first years running back and forth and shouting excitedly. Let's find an empty compartment. Arya looked up, her gaze sweeping across the carriages. After walking just a few steps, she saw a compartment door slightly ajar ahead, with a familiar pale blonde head sitting inside. Draco sat by the window with a straight face, while Crabbe and Goyle sat opposite him like two sturdy little hills. He looked like he was in a bad mood, his fingertips tapping impatiently against his knee. Arya walked over and knocked on the open doorframe. Draco looked up, and upon seeing it was her, his gray eyes brightened for a moment, but he immediately put on a straight face again. Oh, isn't this our noble Miss Arya? He drawled deliberately, his tone filled with a hint of annoying playfulness. Too lazy to bicker with him, Arya asked directly, are there any seats left here? Let's sit together. The corners of Draco's mouth lifted imperceptibly, but he quickly suppressed it. He cleared his throat and struck a pose as if to say, you're begging me, fine, since you've asked, I'll reluctantly allow it. Before he could finish, Harry poked his head out from behind Arya. The expression on Draco's face froze instantly. He stared at Harry, then at Arya, his face darkening at a visible rate. HMPH. He snorted heavily through his nose and stood up abruptly. Bang! The compartment door was slammed shut by Draco, the sound loud enough for the whole carriage to hear. Arya. Harry whispered, he seems angry. Remove Theshemes, Arya sighed, pulling Harry into the compartment next to Draco's. Let's sit here, it's quieter. Harry sat down opposite Arya, still a bit excited, his eyes fixed on the scenery rapidly retreating outside the window. I can't believe we're really on our way to Hogwarts, he murmured. Arya pulled a copy of Magical Theory from her small bag and opened it. However, as she flipped through the pages, that feeling of, this wasn't a loss bubbled up in her heart again. The eidetic memory skill had definitely been acquired for real. In her previous life, she was just an ordinary college student who had to chew through textbooks repeatedly to memorize them. Now, reading it once was like having it carved into her brain, she couldn't forget it even if she wanted to. Thanks to this, she was able to clearly remember those complex magical theories, long-winded spells, and the messy timeline of history of magic. This cheat code is truly wonderful. Seeing her reading, Harry also quieted down and fished out 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, the book Arya had given him, from his trunk. It was filled with dense, neat annotations written in Arya's elegant handwriting. He read it very carefully, thinking he absolutely must not let Arya's efforts go to waste. About 10 minutes later, the compartment door was pulled open. A red-headed boy stood at the doorway. He looked into the compartment and asked somewhat bashfully, other compartments are full, can I sit here? Arya looked up and immediately understood, this must be Ron. Once Harry arrived at Hogwarts and had Ron and Hermione for company, she could slowly step back and just be a quiet bystander. Sure, sit down. Thanks. The boy squeezed in with a look of relief and shoved his somewhat old-looking suitcase under the seat. After sitting down, he couldn't help but steal several glances at Arya. He couldn't be blamed. Arya was wearing a light blue dress today, her long brown hair tied loosely behind her head, her skin glowing white. Sitting there quietly reading, she was indeed excessively beautiful. The boy's ear tips turned slightly red from watching her. My name is Ron Weasley. He introduced himself, his voice a bit nervous. Arya Selwyn. Arya closed her book. Harry Potter. Harry also looked up from his book. Ron's eyes went round instantly. You're Harry Potter? He asked, stammering, his gaze fixed intently on Harry's forehead. Unfortunately, it was covered by his bangs, so he couldn't see the scar. It's me. Harry smiled a bit bashfully. Merlin's beard. Ron exclaimed, I'm actually sitting in the same compartment as Harry Potter. Mom is going to scream when she finds out. He looked at Arya again, Selwyn, is that the Selwyn family? Yes. Arya nodded. Ron's expression became even more dramatic. Good heavens, he just picked a random compartment and ran into two legendary figures. Harry Potter goes without saying, the savior, nobody in the entire wizarding world doesn't know him. The Selwyn family is also a terrifyingly old pure-blood family, Slytherin generation after generation, and famous for being mysterious. It was even more extreme with Vesper Selwyn's generation. Not only did he marry a Gryffindor, but he also opposed you-know-who when he was at his most rampant. These two actually ended up together. Ron felt that his luck was off the charts today. You have known each other for a long time? He asked curiously. We're neighbors. Harry said with a hint of pride. Arya's family lives right next door to me. Ron said, oh, then suddenly remembered something and complained indignantly. I just went to find my brothers Fred and George. Their compartment clearly had an empty seat, but they insisted it was saved for someone else and wouldn't let me sit. Arya paused for a moment. Fred and George. She then remembered that when they were in Diagon Alley, the twins did indeed say they would help her find a compartment. Could it be that Thea-saved seat they mentioned was for her? Ron was still complaining. They must find me annoying and don't want to sit with me. It's always like this, they think I'm too young and never let me join in on anything. Just then, the sound of the trolley came from the corridor. Snacks, drinks, chocolate frogs. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. A smiling witch pushed the trolley and stopped at the compartment door. Anything off the trolley, dears? Ron touched his empty pockets, his expression a bit awkward. Arya stood up and walked to the door to look at the items on the trolley. I'll have 3 chocolate frogs, 3 boxes of Droobl's best blowing gum, and 3 bottles of pumpkin juice. She picked out a few tasty items, paid, and brought the snacks back to place on the small table. Ron's eyes went straight. Chocolate frogs. These are good. He pointed at the chocolate frog box, then pointed at the bubblegum. These are good too, they can blow blue bubbles that float for ages. Harry picked up a box of chocolate frogs and said with a bit of pride, I know, Arya has bought them for me many times. Ron looked at him with envy. Harry got even more enthusiastic, pushing the copy of 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi he was holding toward Ron and pointing at the dense annotations. Look, these are all notes Arya wrote for me, they're even clearer than what the book says. Ron leaned in to look. The notes were written in a neat, orderly, and clear hand, with simple little diagrams drawn in some places. Wow, that's amazing, he said sincerely, this is even more useful than the study guides sold in bookstores. Harry smiled very happily, as if he were the one being praised. Ron looked at the book, hesitated, and whispered to Harry, Can I take a look at this book? Just to see the notes. Of course. Harry generously pushed the book over. Ron carefully flipped through it. The more he read, the more he admired it. These notes were written so well. Complex concepts were explained in just a few words, and the key points were clearly marked. Just as he was reading intently, a crisp female voice suddenly came from the compartment doorway. May I take a look at this book? The 3 of them looked up at the same time. A girl with bushy brown hair stood at the compartment doorway, her expression curious, her gaze fixed directly on the book in Ron's hands. Arya looked up. Hermione was standing at the compartment doorway, her eyes sparkling, looking as if she were saying, I am very interested in this book. Of course, Harry nodded and handed the book over. Hermione took the book, her eyes lighting up immediately. She flipped through a few pages, her fingers gently tapping on the dense, handwritten notes. Wow, she looked up at Arya, did you write these? Arya nodded with a hum. That's amazing. There was undisguised admiration in Hermione's voice. Here, regarding the symbiotic relationship between Moonflower and Sun Fungus, the book only says, interdependent, but your notes specify the exact cycle and temperature conditions for their magical exchange. This explains a problem I've been trying to figure out. Ron blinked from the side. What problem? Why Moonflower is best harvested during a full moon, while Sun Fungus should be harvested at noon, Hermione said quickly. The book doesn't mention the connection, but Arya's notes have drawn out the magical fluctuation curves for both. Look. She turned the book toward Ron, pointing to a simple but clear diagram in the margin. Ron stared at it for 2 seconds and shook his head honestly, I don't get it. Hermione ignored him and kept flipping through the book, her eyes growing brighter with every page. This too. The frequency analysis of mandrake seedling cries, and this, the light sensitivity threshold calculation for devil's snare. Merlin, even upper year students aren't taught in such detail. She closed the book and looked at Arya solemnly. I'm Hermione Granger. Are you really only 11 years old? Arya smiled. The real deal. I'm Arya Selwyn. I'm Harry Potter, Harry offered. Ron Weasley. Ron scratched his head. Hermione's gaze lingered on Harry's forehead for a moment, then shifted to Arya. She looked surprised but quickly regained her composure. I know who you are. The Savior, Harry Potter, and the young lady of the Selwyn family. Your mother was that Gryffindor who publicly opposed you know who, right? Arya nodded. Hermione took a deep breath, handed the book back to Harry, and sat down next to Ron. So, she looked at the three of them, have you decided which house you want to go to? Gryffindor. Harry and Ron said in unison. Harry added, my parents were both Gryffindor. Ron. My whole family is Gryffindor. Hermione looked at Arya. What about you? Arya thought for a moment. Ravenclaw, I think. The compartment was silent for 2 seconds. Ravenclaw. Ron's eyes widened. I thought you'd definitely go to Slytherin or Gryffindor. Isn't your family? My dad is Slytherin, my mom is Gryffindor, but I think Ravenclaw is pretty good. Lots of books, quiet, suitable for reading. She thought to herself. With the cheat of a photographic memory, it's a waste not to spend time in the library. Besides, Ravenclaw is so safe, staying away from the main storyline of the Savior, away from house conflicts, isn't it nice to just coast safely until graduation? There was a sudden clatter from the next compartment, as if something had been knocked over. Immediately after, the door to the compartment was pulled open violently. Draco stood at the door, his face looking terrible, his eyes fixed on Arya. Ravenclaw. His voice rose, are you joking? Arya sighed. Draco. Slytherin. Draco walked in. Arya, you must be Slytherin. Uncle Vesper is Slytherin. Our two families. Well, Aunt Freya was Gryffindor. Harry interrupted him and stood up. The two boys stared at each other across the air, and the atmosphere tightened instantly. Draco sneered, so what? The Selwyn family has been Slytherin for generations. Harry didn't back down. Wherever Arya wants to go is her business. It's none of your concern. How is it not my concern? Draco turned to Arya, his tone stubborn. We grew up together, you should obviously be in the same house as me. Arya's head started to ache. Draco, she tried to keep her voice calm, it's useless to talk about this now. It depends on the Sorting Hat's decision. The Sorting Hat will definitely sort you into Slytherin. Draco insisted. You're so smart, your magic is strong, and you have the Selwyn bloodline. And Leola's bloodline, Harry interjected. Draco glared at him fiercely, can you shut up? No. You. Alright, Arya raised her voice. Both boys looked at her at the same time. I said it, the Sorting Hat decides. Arya looked at Draco. Me saying I want to go to Ravenclaw right now is just a want. I'll only know where I end up when I get there. Draco stared at her for several seconds, his lips pressed tightly together. Finally, he huffed, you'll be in Slytherin anyway, and then turned and left. He slammed the compartment door shut, making the glass vibrate. Hermione had been watching quietly the whole time, and only then did she speak, is that from the Malfoy family? Ron pursed his lips, yeah, Draco Malfoy, acting like, my father is Lucius. He seems to care a lot about which house you go to, Hermione said to Arya. Arya nodded helplessly, we grew up together. Hermione looked out the window, the sky had already darkened, and the outlines of mountains could be seen in the distance. We're almost there, she stood up, you'd better put on your robes. I still have to go help Neville find his toad, he's been losing it the whole way. She walked to the door, then turned back to say to Arya, your notes are really great. I hope we end up in the same house, but even if we don't, we can still study together, right? Arya smiled, of course. After Hermione left, the compartment was quiet for a while. Ron dragged his old trunk out from under the seat and opened it to rummage for his robes. What's so good about a toad? He muttered, pulling a gray, scruffy-looking rat that was fast asleep out of his trunk. Look at my Scabbers, how cute. He placed the rat on the seat, and Scabbers curled into a ball, continuing to sleep. Harry leaned in to look. It seems very old. Yeah, it's been in our family for years, Ron said, a bit proudly. Percy had it before, then gave it to me. Although it's losing some fur, it's much better than a toad. Oh right Harry, what's your pet? An owl, Hedwig, Harry said. Arya has a cat named Moonshadow, in a cage on the luggage rack. Arya's gaze landed on Scabbers, thinking to herself, wow. This is Peter Pettigrew. A living, breathing Death Eater and traitor disguised as a rat. She looked at the dusty, gray rat, her mind quickly running through the plot. Expose him now. How? Just say, hey Ron, your rat is an illegal animagus and the traitor who killed Harry's parents. What about evidence? An 11-year-old first-year pointing fingers out of nowhere, who would believe that? Besides, Sirius hasn't appeared yet, the plotline isn't there, and if she poked it now, the whole timeline might get messed up. Forget it. Arya looked away. This kind of key plot point should be left for Harry to unlock himself. Anyway, Scabbers won't get away while in Ron's hands. Wait until third year when Sirius breaks out of prison. Arya. Harry noticed she was zoning out. What's wrong? Nothing. Arya pulled her thoughts back. I was just wondering if the dorms at Hogwarts are comfortable. Ron said while putting on his black robes. Fred and George said the Gryffindor Tower is awesome. You can see the lake view, but you can only believe half of what they say. Outside the window, the sky had turned completely dark. The train began to slow down, and distant, twinkling lights appeared. A gentle female voice came over the broadcast. We are about to arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on the train. It will be delivered to the school by staff. First years, please follow Hagrid to the lakeside. Noisy footsteps and excited shouts could be heard outside the compartment. Ron shoved Scabbers back into his pocket and nervously straightened his robes. Harry took a deep breath and looked at Arya. Arya smiled at him. Are you ready? First years, get off the train and follow me. Hagrid's rough voice came from the other end of the platform. Harry and Arya had just set foot on the damp ground when they spotted the giant. Hagrid. Harry waved. Arya followed suit and greeted him. Hagrid. Hagrid turned around, his large, furry face looking especially kind in the lantern light. Hi, Arya, Harry, come with me. He nodded at them, then bellowed at all the new students crowded on the platform. Right, this way for the boats. Hurry up, follow me. 4 to a boat. Ron leaned over to Harry, his eyes wide. Wow, do you guys know this giant? Harry nodded. Hagrid is very nice, he took me to Diagon Alley. Cool, Ron whispered. Arya followed the crowd to the lakeside. At night, the surface of the Black Lake was like a giant piece of black silk, reflecting the lights of the castle on the opposite shore. A dozen or so small boats floated quietly by the shore, waiting for them. She casually picked one and climbed in. Harry, Ron, and a strange boy followed and sat down as well. The boats didn't need to be rowed, they drifted slowly away from the shore on their own, heading toward the brightly lit castle. Arya looked up, gazing at the approaching Hogwarts, and that sense of unreality welled up within her once again. Oh my god, I really have come to Hogwarts. Hogwarts at night had a mysterious feeling. The spires of the towers poked into the deep blue night sky, and warm yellow light shone from the windows. She had seen this scene countless times in images, but standing here in person, her legs still felt weak with excitement. The boats docked, and the new students stumbled onto the shore, following Hagrid up a flight of stone steps, eventually stopping in front of a giant oak door. Hagrid raised his fan-sized hand and knocked on the door. The door opened in response. A witch wearing emerald green robes, her hair styled immaculately, stood inside the doorway, her expression stern enough to make the naughtiest child quiet down immediately. The first years, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid said. Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here. Professor McGonagall's gaze swept slowly over every new student, sharp and calm, as if she could see right through them. Arya marveled silently. This was the legendary Professor McGonagall. Her presence was even more imposing than she had imagined, with a hint of imperceptible gentleness hidden within her sternness. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall's voice was clear and solemn. The opening feast is about to begin, but before we take our seats, we will perform the sorting ceremony. She briefly introduced the 4 houses, explaining that the houses would be their home at school, that excellent performance could earn house points, and breaking school rules would result in point deductions. A moment later, Professor McGonagall turned and pushed open the doors to the Great Hall. Follow me. The moment she stepped into the Great Hall, Arya completely held her breath. Countless candles floated in midair, casting bright light onto the four long house tables, which were filled with students. All eyes were fixed on the new students. The ceiling of the Great Hall was enchanted to look like an endless night sky, dotted with twinkling, brilliant stars. She saw George and Fred at the Gryffindor table. The twins were winking at her, their smiles full of mischief, and Arya quickly looked away. She turned her gaze to the staff table. Dumbledore sat in the center, his long, silver beard hanging over his chest, his eyes behind half-moon spectacles gentle and kind. Beside him was Professor McGonagall, who had just returned. Looking further to the side, Snape. Arya recognized him at a glance. He was the only one in the entire room dressed entirely in black, sitting in the light like a quiet shadow, his face cold and grim, as if everyone owed him a bag of galleons. But she had to admit, his hair looked far neater than it did in the images. Arya silently cleared his name in her heart, who said Professor Snape wasn't clean. Dumbledore stood up, said a few amusing opening remarks, and solemnly reminded everyone that entering the Forbidden Forest was forbidden, and the corridor on the third floor to the right was strictly off limits. Arya silently complained in her heart. This was basically a giant neon sign telling everyone that a secret was hidden there. Afterwards, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a roll of parchment and carrying the old, tattered sorting hat. The sorting ceremony officially began. Arya watched as the people around her went up one by one, almost mirroring the images in her memory. When Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor, Ron whispered, "She's actually in Gryffindor too." "She's very smart," Harry said, nodding. "I know, it's just a bit." Ron didn't finish his sentence. Neville Longbottom almost ran off the stage while still wearing the sorting hat, but was gently pulled back by Professor McGonagall. The hat hesitated for a long time before finally shouting, "Gryffindor." When Draco went up, the hat barely touched his blonde hair before deciding, "Slytherin." Draco walked toward the Slytherin table with a smug expression, and before sitting down, he deliberately glanced in Arya's direction. Finally, Professor McGonagall read out the name. Arya Selwyn. Arya took a deep breath, walked forward, and sat down on the small stool. Professor McGonagall gently placed the sorting hat on her head. The hat was so large it covered her eyes completely. A tiny but clear voice sounded directly in her mind. "Oh, you want to go to Ravenclaw?" Arya nodded frantically in her heart. "Yes. Ravenclaw. I want to go to Ravenclaw. I want to go to the library. Learned, intelligent, excellent memory. You are indeed very well suited for Ravenclaw." Arya felt a weight lift off her heart. It worked. But the sorting hat's tone suddenly shifted. "But I can feel the courage in your heart, not recklessness, but the determination to stand up for those who are important to you. There is someone you want to protect in your heart, isn't there?" Arya paused slightly. "In your bloodline, the intertwining of Slytherin and Gryffindor is very interesting. You possess the traits of three houses simultaneously." "No," Arya wailed in her heart. She just wanted to study peacefully for 7 years and graduate safely. "I think you are best suited for." While the sorting hat was speaking, subtle sounds came from below. At the Slytherin table, Draco was staring intently at the stage, his lips moving silently. "Slytherin. Slytherin. Slytherin." At the Gryffindor table, Harry clenched his fists, his eyes unblinking. "Gryffindor. Gryffindor. Gryffindor." Ron whispered along beside him. "Gryffindor, Gryffindor." At the staff table, Snape narrowed his eyes, and Dumbledore tapped his fingers gently on the table. The sorting hat finally shouted, "Gryffindor." "Yes." Harry jumped right out of his seat, clapping his hands loudly. Ron, Hermione, Fred, George, and the entire Gryffindor table were cheering and applauding. Harry's hands were practically raw from clapping, and he was grinning from ear to ear. Arya, however, only felt her mind go blank. It's over. Completely over. Her plan to lay low and stay safe had completely gone down the drain from this moment on. She stood up numbly, returned the sorting hat to Professor McGonagall, and walked with heavy steps toward Gryffindor. On the way, a gaze so intense it felt like it would burn her back remained fixed on her. She didn't need to think to know it was Draco. In the end, Arya couldn't help herself. She tilted her head slightly and glanced toward the Slytherin table. Draco was sitting there, his eyes slightly red, staring fixedly at her with an expression like a proud but aggrieved little beast abandoned by its owner. Arya felt inexplicably guilty, quickly withdrew her gaze, and hurried over to sit next to Harry. That's great, Arya, we can be together again. Harry's voice trembled with excitement. From now on, we can attend classes together, do homework together, and together. It looks like we'll be able to discuss our schoolwork together from now on. Hermione leaned over from Harry's other side, her smile sincere and happy. Your notes helped me a lot, and I still have so many questions I'd like to ask you. Arya could only respond with a stiff nod. Welcome to Gryffindor, Miss Arya. Fred's voice came from across the table. Arya looked up and saw the twins sitting side by side, wearing identical mischievous smiles. We figured you'd come here, George said. After all, Fred winked, anyone smart enough to earn the admiration of our little Ronnie wouldn't be one of those pretentious types in Slytherin. Ron immediately protested, don't call me Ronnie. Arya just nodded gently, not daring to look up again. She could clearly feel that Draco's gaze had not left her, like two small but sharp needles gently pricking her back. Arya, what's wrong? Harry noticed something was off and asked softly. It's nothing, Arya managed a forced smile, I'm just a little dazed. What's there to be dazed about? Being sorted into Gryffindor is awesome. Our whole family is in Gryffindor. Ron lifted his head proudly. Hermione nodded earnestly. Gryffindor represents courage, which is a very precious quality. Arya sighed softly in her heart, they wouldn't understand. This wasn't her being sorted into courage, she had been forcefully dragged onto the protagonist's adventure ship. The sorting ceremony continued, but she had no heart to watch anymore. It wasn't until the last first year was sorted that Dumbledore stood up again and announced the start of the feast. The long tables were instantly piled with food, roast chicken, steak, pork ribs, sausages, creamy mashed potatoes, bright green peas, rich, fragrant gravy, steaming hot and dazzling in variety. Ron cheered and immediately began piling food onto his plate. Harry thoughtfully placed a piece of roast chicken onto Arya's plate. You should try this, it's delicious. Thank you. Arya picked up her fork and took a small bite, but the food tasted like nothing to her. Her mind was full of the upcoming plot, and that gaze that remained fixed on her. She quietly raised her eyes and took a quick glance in the direction of Slytherin. Draco was still sitting in the same spot, his food untouched, just quietly watching her. His gray eyes were tinged with a faint red, which, against his pale face, made him look exceptionally lonely. Arya quickly withdrew her gaze, her heart skipping a beat for no reason. She really hadn't intended to go to Gryffindor, it was the sorting hat that chose it. But with Draco's personality, he definitely wouldn't listen to that. Arya, are you really okay? You don't look so good. Harry asked softly once again. I'm fine, just a little tired. Arya forced herself to perk up. We can go back to the dormitory to rest after we finish eating, Hermione said gently. I heard the Gryffindor Tower is on the 8th floor, we have to climb quite a few stairs. We have a password, George interjected. This year's password is, Dragon Dung, all first years should memorize it. Arya didn't respond, just lowered her head and ate silently. She felt like she was sitting on pins and needles during this meal. It was a relief when the feast neared its end. Dumbledore gave a few more reminders about not running around the corridors before bedtime, then announced that the prefects of each house should lead the first years back to their dormitories. The Gryffindor prefect was Percy Weasley, who looked earnest and serious. First years, follow me. Don't fall behind. Arya stood up with the crowd and walked out of the Great Hall. When passing the Slytherin table, that gaze became even more intense. She didn't look back. Walking out of the Great Hall, stepping onto the moving staircases, and passing through various moving portraits, the group finally stopped in front of a portrait of the Fat Lady. Password. The Fat Lady asked gently. Dragon Dung, Percy replied. The portrait slowly swung open, revealing the passage behind it, and the new students filed in one by one. The Gryffindor common room was warm and bright, with a dancing flame in the fireplace and soft crimson and gold sofas arranged around it. Percy gave a brief explanation of the dormitory locations and important rules, then told the girls to follow the senior students to their bedrooms. Arya held her luggage and followed behind the crowd. Hermione walked beside her, her steps light, her eyes still hiding curiosity about the new environment. Arya, Hermione spoke softly, her voice exceptionally clear in the quiet corridor. I just looked at the room assignment list, and it seems we're roommates. Arya paused for a moment, then raised a gentle and relaxed smile. Really? That's great, I was worried I wouldn't be used to it. But only she knew that the string in her heart had suddenly snapped tight. She sighed silently in her heart. She had originally thought that even if she entered Gryffindor, she might still be able to slightly skirt around the main plot and spend a few years keeping a low profile. But as it turned out, she was placed in the same room as Hermione right from the start, effectively welding her to the side of the main protagonist group. Me too, Hermione said, her eyes sparkling, her tone full of sincerity. From now on, we can wake up early to preview lessons, organize notes together, and look out for each other. Arya suppressed the feeling of wanting to laugh and cry, still nodding gently, I'll be counting on you. Pushing open the bedroom door, four comfortable four-poster beds were neatly arranged, with warm, deep red curtains, and desks and wardrobes placed by the windows. The two chose adjacent beds, and after tidying up simply, other roommates arrived one after another. Soon, the room was filled with the soft chatter of new students. Once everything quieted down, Arya lay gently on the bed, looking at the blurred patterns on the top of the canopy. She closed her eyes, and countless thoughts surged quietly in her heart. She had really moved into the Gryffindor Tower, really become a companion to Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and completely deviated from her original plan of living a stable life. The voice of the Sorting Hat, Draco's red-rimmed eyes, the roaring cheers in the Great Hall, the small boats floating quietly on the Black Lake, scene after scene flashed through her mind. She sighed softly, what's done is done. Her life at Hogwarts only truly began tonight. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Pale blue light filtered through the windows of the Gryffindor Tower, gently filling the dormitory. Arya rubbed her sleepy eyes and slowly opened them. Turning her head, she saw Hermione already sitting upright in the chair by the window, a copy of Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, spread across her knees, reading with focus and dedication. Arya slowly sat up, sighing inwardly. No wonder Hermione was always at the top of her grade, such self-discipline was truly admirable. Morning, Hermione, she greeted softly. Hermione looked up and smiled with crinkling eyes. Morning, Arya. You woke up just in time, I was about to call you. Our first class today is Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration. We need to go early to get a seat near the front. Professor McGonagall. Arya muttered softly as she climbed out of bed, I heard she is exceptionally strict with students. Strict is good, Hermione said, closing her book, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for knowledge. Only then can we truly learn something. The two quickly got ready, picked up their textbooks, and prepared to leave. Arya walked to her trunk, paused, and then took out a small paper bag tied with a ribbon from the bottom of the trunk, gently tucking it into her robe pocket. What is that? Hermione tilted her head curiously. Just some cookies I made myself, Arya smiled. But the Great Hall at Hogwarts has a hearty breakfast. This is for something else, she replied vaguely, without further explanation. Hermione glanced at her and, being sensible, did not ask further. By the time they arrived at the Transfiguration classroom, there were already quite a few students seated inside. Arya spotted Draco sitting in the front row by the aisle immediately, with Crabbe guarding his side. Hearing footsteps, Draco turned his head almost immediately. The moment he saw it was Arya, he snorted quickly, whipped his head back, and pretended to be lost in the scenery outside the window. Arya couldn't help but smile. She gently pulled Hermione and sat down in the seat behind Draco. Hermione hesitated for a moment before sitting down next to her. Arya reached out and gently tapped Draco on the back. Draco. The boy's shoulders stiffened imperceptibly before he turned half his face around, very slowly and reluctantly, his eyes carrying a hint of awkward arrogance. Gryffindor's Arya, he said, deliberately enunciating, Gryffindor, clearly and heavily. May I ask, what do you want? Arya took the small paper bag out of her pocket and quietly handed it to him. I couldn't help the Sorting Hat's choice. I brought these from home, they are cookies I made myself. Please don't be mad at me anymore, okay? Draco stared at the beautifully wrapped paper bag, his pale gray eyes flickering slightly. You think you can bribe me with a few cookies? He lifted his chin arrogantly, his tone full of disdain. Arya sighed with feigned helplessness and made a move to pull her hand back. Fine then, I'll take them to Harry. Who said? Fine. Before she could finish, the small paper bag was snatched away by Draco, who hurriedly stuffed it into the inside of his robe, moving so quickly as if afraid someone would steal it. He kept a straight face and tossed out a stiff sentence, I'll accept them. But this matter is absolutely not over. HMPH. After saying that, he immediately turned back around and sat up straight, looking like a tsundere who was saying, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Arya gently rubbed her forehead. Oh well, this young master would just have to be coaxed slowly. Hermione watched the whole scene quietly from the side, her gaze shifting between Arya and the back of Draco's head, before she raised an eyebrow and said nothing in the end. Arya, haven't Harry and Ron arrived yet? Hermione suddenly spoke up. Arya looked around and indeed did not see the two of them. Could they have overslept? Class is about to start. Just as she finished speaking, the classroom door was pushed open violently, and Professor McGonagall walked in. She was wearing a stiff, dark green robe, her silver hair combed meticulously, her expression solemn and dignified. Just by standing there, she made the entire classroom fall silent instantly. Good morning. Professor McGonagall's voice was clear and powerful, reaching every corner. Please open your Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration to page 3. Today, we will study the basic principles of transfiguration. Arya quickly took out her textbook and listened attentively. Professor McGonagall's lecture was detailed and steady, her pace unhurried, and every point was explained clearly and thoroughly. She first wrote the key content on the blackboard, then assigned a simple written exercise for everyone to try first. Before you start writing, I must remind you all, Professor McGonagall's gaze swept across the class, her tone solemn. Transfiguration is one of the most complex and dangerous types of magic in the Hogwarts curriculum. Any improper spellcasting could lead to irreversible consequences. Therefore, before I give permission, no one is to use their wand without authorization. Do you understand? The whole class nodded in unison. Professor McGonagall looked around with satisfaction, and then, in the astonished gazes of everyone, her figure suddenly shrank, twisted, and transformed into an elegant tabby cat. It leapt lightly onto the podium, sat steadily, and watched the whole room with calm, amber eyes. A chorus of suppressed gasps sounded in the classroom instantly. Merlin. Hermione lowered her voice, her eyes wide, full of admiration. Professor McGonagall is just too cool. Arya also whispered in response, she is a registered animagus. She gazed at the tabby cat on the podium, which, even in cat form, sat with elegant posture and a dignified aura, cheering wildly in her heart. Who could refuse a cat professor? This was truly a dream come true. Just then, the classroom door was slammed open with a bang. Harry and Ron rushed in, panting, their hair messy, a button on their robes done up wrong, looking disheveled and flustered. Ron saw at a glance that the podium was empty, save for a cat, and immediately breathed a huge sigh of relief, hurriedly sitting in the seat closest to the door. Good thing Professor McGonagall isn't here, he whispered to Harry, not realizing that in the quiet classroom, everyone heard him clearly. Otherwise, we would definitely be dead. The tabby cat on the podium leapt lightly to the floor. A flash of silver light passed, and her figure quickly returned to human form. Professor McGonagall stood right in front of Harry and Ron. Too cool. Ron was stunned and blurted out subconsciously. Professor McGonagall looked at him, her expression calm and unruffled, showing neither joy nor anger. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Weasley. However, if you and Mr. Potter could learn not to be late, I would be even more gratified. Harry's cheeks flushed red, and he quickly apologized. Sorry, Professor, we got lost. The staircases at Hogwarts do indeed change often, Professor McGonagall said calmly. But I hope this is the first and last time. Sit down, let's continue the lesson. Harry and Ron, as if granted amnesty, quickly sat down in the empty seats. When the bell rang for the end of class, Professor McGonagall turned back into a tabby cat and leapt lightly out the window. It was said she had to rush to another classroom to teach. The students began to pack up their things. Draco stood up and deliberately walked slowly past Harry and Ron's seats. Wow, he drawled, his tone full of mockery. Late on the very first day, in the very first class, truly impressive. Is this the legendary Gryffindor courage? Harry looked up, his expression darkening slightly. At least we didn't answer questions wrong in class, he retorted without showing weakness. Draco instantly looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his fur standing on end. He whipped the unopened small paper bag from inside his robe and waved it triumphantly in front of Harry. Do you have one of these? He raised an eyebrow, his tone annoying and proud. This was made by Arya herself, specifically for me. Do you have one? Harry's expression froze suddenly. He whipped his head around, his gaze fixed directly on Arya, who was packing her school bag. Arya's heart skipped a beat. Oh no. She almost immediately grabbed Hermione's hand, her speaking speed as fast as a machine gun. The next class is Professor Snape's potion class, right? I heard it's in the dungeon, the path is really far, and it's very easy to get lost. Let's go, we absolutely cannot be late. Before she finished, she dragged Hermione out of the classroom without looking back, leaving Harry's confused gaze and Draco's triumphant snort all behind. Hermione stumbled as she was pulled along, asking quietly while jogging, Arya, why are you so flustered? I am not flustered. Arya quickened her pace, sounding righteous. I just don't want to be late for potion class. Just think about what Professor Snape is like. At the thought of Snape's pitch-black robes and icy demeanor, Hermione immediately shut her mouth and followed Arya forward obediently. Arya dragged Hermione all the way to the door of the dungeon classroom before stopping, both of them slightly out of breath. The potion class classroom was far colder than the upper floors of the castle, with damp stone walls radiating a bone-chilling cold, and the air permeated with the unique scent of a mixture of herbs, cauldrons, and various strange potion ingredients. On the long tables, copper scales, frosted glass bottles, and sharp little silver knives were neatly arranged, exuding an atmosphere that was both rigorous and oppressive. Harry and Ron arrived in a rush a few minutes late. As soon as Harry entered, he looked around, his eyes lighting up when he saw Arya. With a hint of grievance, he walked quickly to the empty seat beside her and sat down. Just as he was about to speak, Arya didn't even lift her head, her fingertips lightly tapping on the open book, Magical Drafts and Potions. Hurry up and review, Professor Snape favors asking questions during class. Harry's open mouth snapped shut instantly. Really? Ron, who was beside him, heard this and his face instantly fell. I hope he doesn't call on me. I feel like the sky is falling. Harry looked at Arya, who was focused on her book, and could only sigh softly, obediently opening his own textbook. On the other side of the classroom, Draco was already seated. He glanced toward the Gryffindor direction, his gaze landing on Harry sitting right next to Arya, and he curled his lip in disdain. I reckon Gryffindor will lose points soon, especially certain people. He deliberately raised his voice, speaking to the two lackeys beside him. Before he could finish, Arya suddenly turned her head. She just looked at him quietly, her brown eyes calm and waveless. But Draco's voice seemed to be suddenly cut off. It grew lower and lower until it completely faded away. He awkwardly turned his head, pretending to tidy up his quill. Just then, the classroom door was pushed open violently. Snape slid into the classroom like a black phantom, his black robes billowing behind him, carrying an intimidating aura. Arya marveled inwardly, this sense of oppression was truly well-deserved. The classroom instantly fell into dead silence, even the sound of breathing became barely audible. Snape walked to the front of the podium and turned around, his cold gaze sweeping across the class like a blade. You are here to learn the precise science and rigorous craft of potion making. His voice was low and slow, every word dripping with ice. There is no foolish wand waving here, so many of you might not consider this magic. I do not expect you to appreciate the beauty of a gently simmering cauldron, the white smoke rising, the delicate scent wafting. As he spoke, his gaze happened to land on Harry, who was frantically flipping through his textbook. That face, so similar to James Potter, instantly made his eyes turn several degrees colder. Potter. Snape suddenly called out. Harry was startled and looked up abruptly. Our famous new student. Snape's tone was drawn out, full of sarcasm. It seems you are reading very attentively. Then tell me, what do you get if you add powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry was slightly stunned, then quickly replied, Draft of living death, Professor, a powerful sleeping potion. Snape narrowed his eyes. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They are the same plant, Professor, collectively known as aconite. Harry answered fluently. Where does a bezoar come from? From the stomach of a cow, Professor, it is a powerful antidote. Harry answered fluently, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. It was all thanks to Arya, who had casually explained these points to him when they were reading together. Snape stared at him for several seconds. That face, identical to James, made anger surge in his heart, but Harry had answered everything correctly, and he couldn't find a single fault. It seems that celebrities don't rely entirely on luck. Snape finally spoke coldly, his tone stiff. Sit down. But don't think that answering a few questions means you understand potion making. Harry sat down, his palms slightly sweating. The formal lesson began, and Snape had everyone identify the materials on the tables. He called on people to answer questions from time to time, and 6 out of 10 times, it was Harry who was called. Potter, what is this? Soporiferous bean, Professor. And this? Fluxweed, must be picked at full moon. Harry answered correctly, and Snape just gave a faint grunt, his face looking as if he had swallowed a booger-flavored Bertie Bott's every flavor bean. If he answered incorrectly or hesitated, sharp sarcasm would follow. Clearly, fame cannot replace the most basic diligence, Potter. Ron leaned over to Harry's ear and whispered, Harry, did you offend him? Why does he keep staring at you? Arya heard this clearly from the side and understood perfectly. What else could it be? Facing this face that was 90% similar to James, Snape was teaching with a certain amount of personal vendetta. Taking advantage of the moment Snape turned to write on the blackboard, Arya quickly said to Harry, next time he calls on you, just open your eyes wide and look at him, don't dodge. Huh? Harry looked confused. Look at him. Yes, look straight into his eyes. Trust me, you won't go wrong. Arya spoke very quickly. Although Harry was full of doubts, he nodded. Not long after, Snape talked about the improved recipe for swelling solution. Then, before adding porcupine quills, what material must be added first to neutralize the toxicity of puffer fish eyes? Pot. His voice stopped abruptly. He saw Harry staring at him, unblinking, with those emerald green eyes. Those eyes, they were too much like lilies, clear, bright, with a hint of nervousness, yet looking straight at him. Snape's heart felt as if it had been tightly gripped by something, and all the sharp words he had prepared were instantly stuck in his throat. The classroom fell into a deathly silence. Snape abruptly looked away, swished his black robes, and turned toward the Slytherin direction. Malfoy. His voice was colder than before, you answer. Draco had been crossing his arms, watching Harry's predicament with great interest. Suddenly being called upon, he froze completely. Professor. He was flustered and at a loss. My question from just now, Mr. Malfoy. Snape lowered his voice. Or is it that your mind is entirely occupied with mocking your classmates, and you haven't been listening to the lesson at all? Draco's face turned pale. He stammered, unable to answer a single word. 0 points. Snape declared coldly, Slytherin loses 5 points because of your distraction. Sit down. Draco sat down stiffly, his ears turning bright red. Harry looked at Arya in surprise, asking with his lips, it really worked. Arya winked at him, inwardly thinking, believe me, Harry, if you could cover the lower half of your face and only leave these eyes, the effect would absolutely double. Snape had already turned back to continue the lecture, but the low pressure around him was even worse than before. The potion class continued, and Harry suddenly felt that the time ahead didn't seem so unbearable anymore. Snape swept a cold glance over the entire class one last time, his gaze sharp and piercing as if quenched in ice. Class dismissed. The 2 words landed heavily. With a flick of his black robes, he turned and walked away. The arc of his fluttering robe hem carried an intangible aura. In an instant, he glided out of the classroom, leaving behind a room filled with the scent of herbs and cold air. Arya watched that black figure disappear in the doorway and sighed internally once more. This, walking with wind, aura was truly worthy of being Hogwarts' undisputed #1 badass. Finally over. Ron nearly slumped into his chair and let out a long breath. I feel like I've been suffering there for a whole century. I could eat a horse right now. Hurry up, let's go to the Great Hall. He complained while frantically packing his things, shoving his quill and parchment into his school bag in a messy and impatient manner. Harry didn't move, he just sat quietly to the side, waiting for Arya. Just as Arya closed magical drafts and potions, she noticed someone standing by the table. She looked up and saw Draco. The young master's face was still pale, but he held his chin up stubbornly, trying to maintain his usual arrogant posture. Arya, he began, his voice deliberately kept steady, let's go to the Great Hall together. Ron, who was just slinging his bag over his shoulder, turned his head immediately. Hey. Arya is in Gryffindor with us, so she's obviously coming with us. Draco narrowed his eyes. Ignoring Ron, he stared fixedly at Arya. I have something to tell you. The atmosphere instantly became stagnant. Arya did some quick mental calculations. Draco was in a terrible state right now, having been criticized and had points deducted by Snape in front of everyone, and holding a belly full of anger over the sorting, he was like a firecracker ready to explode at the slightest touch. If she ignored him now, this vengeful young master would likely hold a grudge until Christmas. Coaxing a child, naturally, should be done early. Harry, Arya turned to the three of them, her tone softening. You guys go ahead, save me a seat, I'll be there soon. Harry was stunned, a clear flash of disappointment appearing in his emerald green eyes. His lips moved as if he had 1,000 words to say, but in the end, he just nodded gently, his voice low, okay. Ron curled his lip, while Hermione looked at Arya, then at Draco, but said nothing. She pulled the unwilling Ron away. Hurry up, or the roast chicken legs will be gone if we go too late. Harry followed them as they left, but couldn't help but turn back to look at Arya when he reached the door. Not until the figures of Harry and the others disappeared into the corridor did Draco let out a soft snort from his nose. He lifted his chin even higher, all his barely concealed smugness appearing on his face. Let's go. Arya shouldered her bag and sighed softly. The two walked along the cold corridor of the dungeon, their footsteps echoing against the empty stone walls. Crabbe and Goyle followed silently a few steps behind, saying nothing. After walking in silence for a while, Draco couldn't hold back any longer. Why did you go to Gryffindor? His voice was stiff, his gaze fixed straight ahead. We clearly agreed, even if you didn't go to Slytherin, Ravenclaw would have been fine. Just because your mother was in Gryffindor, you had to go there too. Do you want to stay with Harry that much? Arya stopped walking and turned to look at him seriously. Draco, it wasn't my choice. It was the Sorting Hat's decision. It thought I was suitable for Gryffindor. It thought. Draco turned his head sharply, his tone agitated. That's just a ragged old hat. You could have told it you wanted to go to Ravenclaw, just like you planned before. I tried, Arya said calmly. I explicitly told it I wanted to go to Ravenclaw, but it didn't listen. No one can change the Sorting Hat's choice, you know that better than I do. Draco pressed his lips together and stopped speaking, but the hostility around him dissipated slightly. Besides, Arya continued, her voice becoming even gentler. Does it matter which house I'm in when it comes to whether we're friends? I won't forget you just because I joined Gryffindor. How about I give you another gift to cheer you up? Draco glanced at her quickly and then averted his eyes, but his shoulders visibly relaxed. Who wants your gift? He muttered, my family's vault is full of treasures. Yes, young Master Draco has everything. Arya followed his lead, a smile appearing in her eyes. But does Draco's vault have cookies handmade by Miss Arya? Draco's cheeks flushed instantly, and his hand instinctively pressed against the inside pocket of his robe, where the small paper bag Arya had given him that morning was kept. They're just okay, he said stubbornly, though his tone was much softer. Too sweet. Then I'll use less sugar next time. Don't use too little, either. The two continued walking, the atmosphere gradually easing. By the time they reached the Great Hall entrance, the ice on Draco's face had mostly melted. Although he still put on the arrogant, this young master grudgingly forgives you act, the previous hostility was gone. Lively chatter poured out from the Great Hall, accompanied by the aroma of food. Draco stopped at the door and turned to look at Arya seriously. Arya, even if you're in Gryffindor now, you must remember that we grew up together. My relationship with you is better than it is with any of them. Arya sighed internally and nodded. I know. Only then did Draco look satisfied. He turned and walked toward the Slytherin table, his pace even a bit lighter. Arya shook her head as she watched his back, then walked toward the Gryffindor table. She saw Harry waving at her, the seat next to him already saved. She walked over quickly. Harry immediately moved his school bag from the empty seat, his eyes bright as he watched her sit down. I saved this for you, Harry said, pushing a plate of juicy roast chicken legs toward her. This is delicious. Thank you. Arya smiled at him, picked up a chicken leg, and took a bite. Her eyes lit up instantly. The skin was roasted to a crispy, golden brown, and the meat inside was fresh, tender, and flavorful. The craftsmanship of the house elf at Hogwarts was truly well deserved. Yesterday, she had been too busy dealing with the sorting in Draco's gaze to truly taste anything. Now, with a mouthful of meat, her sense of happiness exploded. How is it? Harry looked at her, his eyes full of anticipation. Superb. Arya took another big bite and praised him indistinctly. Harry laughed and picked up a chicken leg to eat as well. Yo, our little Arya finally has an appetite. A playful voice came, and Arya looked up to see George and Fred leaning over the table, one on each side. Heard you just finished Snape's class. George winked. How was it? Did you get splashed by the old bat's venom? Ron immediately became interested. He swallowed the mashed potatoes in his mouth and started ranting while waving his fork. Splashed. I was practically soaked in venom. Merlin, he asked Harry more questions than my mother nags me. And you know what? He walks without making any sound at all, like he's floating. Fred's expression suddenly changed. He lowered his voice and looked with feigned horror behind Ron. Oh no, Ron, Professor Snape is right behind you. Ron's voice stopped abruptly, his body stiffened instantly, and his face turned deathly pale. He bolted upright, closed his eyes, and bowed. Sorry, Professor. I didn't mean to say you were like an old bat. I meant you were majestic, like a majestic bat. No, wait, I meant. PFF'd. Ha 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 ha. George and Fred burst into earth-shattering laughter. George was hitting the table with laughter, while Fred was bent over holding his stomach. Ron opened his eyes, and the space behind him was empty. He realized he had been pranked, his face turning red with anger as he jumped up. George. Fred. I'm going to kill you. Ha ha ha, sorry Ron, your expression just now was truly classic. Fred wiped away tears of laughter. We have to write that down. Developing a Snape suddenly appears prank product in the future will definitely be a bestseller. George chimed in. Shut up, you two. Ron grabbed a breadstick and threw it at them, which Fred caught with a grin. Hermione sat opposite Arya, watching this farce, rolled her eyes helplessly, and whispered to Arya, why are they always so noisy? Arya watched the scene before her, Ron chasing the twins, Harry laughing while trying to mediate, other Gryffindor students continuing to eat as if it were normal, occasionally adding to the commotion. The long table was piled with sumptuous food, candlelight danced on everyone's faces, and the air was filled with the aroma of roast meat and cheerful noise. Was this the daily life of Gryffindor? It seemed, it wasn't that bad after all. She took another bite of the chicken leg, and the gloom in her heart caused by getting closer to the main plot quietly dissipated a little. Ron was chasing George and Fred around the long table, nearly knocking over the pumpkin juice in front of Hermione. Ron. Hermione protected her goblet, brows furrowed, can you just? Her words were cut off by a sudden, frantic fluttering. A massive flock of owls poured into the great hall like a gray cloud, clutching parcels and letters of various sizes in their talons, landing precisely on the house tables. Whoa! Ron instantly forgot about the chase, his eyes fixed on the circling owls. Hope Mom sent some fudge. An elegant barn owl swooped down, gently placing two parcels tied with dark green ribbons in front of Arya and Harry. Another brown owl dropped a copy of the Daily Prophet, which landed right in Ron's dinner plate. It's mine. Ron cheered, grabbing the newspaper, then pointed at the two parcels. Yours. Arya nodded and untied the ribbon. Inside the parcel was a letter from home and a velvet box. Harry hurriedly opened his parcel too, the contents were identical. The two of them unfolded their letters almost simultaneously. Arya quickly scanned her mother's familiar handwriting. Dearest Arya, are you adjusting to life at Hogwarts? Knowing you were sorted into Gryffindor, Mom is genuinely happy for you. I've enclosed a set of portable protective gear, specially commissioned from the best craftsman in Diagon Alley. It's lightweight but offers excellent protection. It might come in handy during training or other critical moments. Also, your dad insisted on packing these snacks, He said they're your favorite. Take care of yourself, and look after Harry, too. Love, Mom. Arya opened the velvet box. A set of exquisitely patterned silver protective gear lay quietly inside, cool and soft to the touch. A large bag of fizzing Whizbees was tucked beside it. She smiled and took out a wrist guard to put on. It was extremely light, almost imperceptible. On the other side, Harry was reading his letter slowly. His letter was longer. Dearest Harry, hope you are well. Is the food at Hogwarts to your liking? If you're not used to it, remember to tell Arya and have her take you to the kitchen. The house elves are very enthusiastic, and as long as you ask politely, they'll be happy to help. I've prepared a set of protective gear for you, identical in style to Arya's. I know you haven't had any exposure to Quidditch in your childhood, but most boys at Hogwarts love the sport, so it's good to be prepared in case you want to try it. Miss you, Aunt Freya. Harry put down the letter, his fingertips trembling slightly. He carefully opened the velvet box, which contained the exact same silver protective gear as Arya's. He hugged the gear gently to his chest, unable to speak for a long time. Are you okay? Arya lightly touched his arm. Harry nodded vigorously. When he looked up, his eyes were slightly red, but his smile was exceptionally bright. Aunt Freya bought me protective gear. His voice was muffled, but it couldn't hide his overflowing joy. I saw. Arya pushed the fizzing Whizbees toward him. I'll share half with you. Thank you. Ron, chewing on the fudge his mother had sent, leaned over to examine Harry's gear and couldn't help but exclaim, wow, that's so cool. It was prepared for me by Arya's mom, Harry said, his tone full of pride. I'm so envious. Ron then unfolded the Daily Prophet, muttering as he flipped through it. Let me see today's news. Ministry of Magic official speech. PFF. Lockhart has another new book out. My mom is obsessed with him. His voice stopped abruptly. Hey, this is interesting. Ron spread the newspaper on the table, pointing to the moving section. Gringotts has been broken into. Arya's heart sank sharply. Harry immediately leaned in. Where? Here. Ron pointed to the text. The report says that on July 31st, a vault at Gringotts was illegally broken into. The specific vault number wasn't released, and the stolen item is unknown. The Gringotts goblins refused to disclose more details. Wow, who is bold enough to steal from Gringotts? Harry stared at the words, July 31st, then looked at Gringotts, his pupils gradually dilating. July 31st, he muttered to himself, that was the day Hagrid took me to Gringotts. What? Ron turned his head sharply to look at him. Hagrid took me to get money, Harry said, his speaking speed increasing, pointing at the newspaper excitedly. That's the day. He was entrusted by Headmaster Dumbledore to retrieve a small package from a vault. The vault looked empty. Now that I think about it, what they were trying to steal must be the thing Hagrid took. Hermione also put down her book and leaned in, her expression serious. Are you sure it's the same vault? The date matches perfectly, Harry said with certainty. Hagrid was incredibly nervous at the time. It seems that shortly after he retrieved the package, the vault was broken into. Ron gasped. What kind of treasure could it be to make someone risk breaking into Gringotts? Harry shook his head. I don't know. Hagrid wouldn't say much, only that the item was of vital importance. Something that would make someone break into Gringotts is definitely no ordinary object, Ron said, his eyes shining with curiosity. Maybe it's a lost magical treasure. Or it could be something extremely dangerous, Hermione said sternly. Otherwise, Headmaster Dumbledore wouldn't have had Hagrid retrieve it early. That makes sense. Ron nodded repeatedly, his curiosity growing even more intense. So what exactly is it? The three of them discussed it heatedly, while Arya sat quietly to the side, nibbling on the fizzing Whizbees, the candy popping lightly between her teeth. She listened to Harry recount his experience at Gringotts, listened to Ron's wild speculations, and listened to Hermione's calm analysis. She knew in her heart that the gears of the plot had finally begun to turn. She looked at Harry's green eyes, which were shining because he had touched upon a secret, looked at Ron's face full of excitement, and looked at Hermione's earnest expression. She sighed softly in her heart. Forget it. She couldn't save everyone, nor could she change all the predetermined paths. Some roads were meant for them to walk on their own. All she could do was attend classes seriously, improve her magic, and then, at critical moments, try not to let things get too bad. Arya, Harry suddenly turned to look at her. What do you think? What could have been stolen? Arya blinked, looking innocent. How would I know? There are countless vaults in Gringotts, maybe it's just a coincidence. But the date is exactly the same. Lots of things happen on the same day. Arya shrugged, picked up a pumpkin pasty, and took a bite, looking natural and composed. Maybe another vault was broken into on the same day, and the newspaper just didn't write it clearly. Harry looked at her, seemingly trying to probe something from her face, but finally nodded. That's true, maybe it really is a coincidence. Ron had long since lost interest in the newspaper and was buried in examining the flavors of the fudge his mother had sent. Hermione picked up her book again, but frequently glanced at the newspaper, clearly distracted. The flock of owls gradually dispersed, and the Great Hall returned to its usual bustle. Arya packed away the protective gear, carefully folded Freya's letter and put it into her pocket, glanced at the three still discussing, and lowered her head with a soft smile. Oh well. What is meant to come will always arrive on schedule. She only needs to watch quietly and give a gentle push when necessary. The afternoon breeze swept across the grass outside the Hogwarts castle, carrying the fresh scent of grass and earth. Arya stood beside a row of old broomsticks, her heart racing a little faster involuntarily. Madame Hooch stood before all the first-year students, her voice clear and sharp. Stretch out your right hand and place it above the broomstick handle. Arya did as she was told. Then say, up, up. Dozens of voices shouted in unison. The broomstick in front of Arya leapt into her palm with a whoosh, steady and obedient. The scene beside her instantly descended into chaos. Ron's broomstick rolled on the ground, Hermione's broomstick merely twitched and remained motionless, and Harry's broomstick wobbled before slowly rising. Things went extremely smoothly for Draco. The broomstick flew obediently into his hand. He lifted his chin and cast a glance in Arya's direction, with a hint of showing off. Arya ignored him, but she was overjoyed deep down. Who didn't have moments in their childhood of holding a broomstick and fantasizing about flying? After truly stepping into the world of magic, her mother Freya had always stopped her on the grounds that she was too young, but now she had finally gotten her wish. Madame Hooch walked over to Arya, looked at the broomstick in her hand, and nodded with satisfaction. Well done, Miss Selwyn, you have a talent for flying. She then instructed them on basic movements like gripping and pushing off. For every instruction, Arya was the first to complete it perfectly. Keep your balance, lean forward, yes, just like Miss Selwyn. Harry was trying hard to imitate her nearby. His broomstick wobbled slightly, but it never fell. Ron's broomstick, however, kept drifting to the left. He couldn't help but mutter, this thing is even more disobedient than Scabbers. Hermione frowned, whispering the flying essentials to herself, looking exceptionally serious. All right. Madame Hooch clapped her hands. Now, on the count of 3, push off gently, rise a few feet, and land immediately. 1. Before she could finish, Neville's broomstick suddenly trembled violently. 2. Neville was instantly carried into the air by the broomstick. He let out a terrified scream, his hands gripping the broomstick handle tightly. Mr. Longbottom. Madame Hooch shouted sharply, but the broomstick was already out of control, careening crookedly toward the stone wall of the castle like a drunkard. Ah! Neville squeezed his eyes shut. The broomstick slammed into the stone wall with a thud, bounced off, and then crashed into the other side. Wingardium Leviosa. The moment Neville took off, Arya pulled out her wand. A soft light landed precisely on the tail of the broomstick. The broomstick wobbled and slowed down slightly, but it was still careening wildly. Stabilize. Arya quickly cast another spell. This time, the broomstick finally steadied and wobbled down to the grass. Neville slumped on the broomstick, his face as pale as paper, his left hand bent at an eerie angle. Madame Hooch rushed forward to support him, her brows furrowed. It's broken. I must take you to the hospital wing. She turned to look at Arya, her stern expression full of approval. Quick reaction, precise spellwork. Miss Selwyn, 10 points to Gryffindor. Arya nodded and tucked her wand back into her robes. Madame Hooch supported the trembling Neville toward the castle. As they passed Draco, a shiny glass ball rolled out of Neville's robe pocket and tumbled to Draco's feet. Draco bent down and picked it up. It was a Remembrall, the smoke swirling inside it currently a bright red. Once Madame Hooch's figure disappeared into the castle archway, Draco held the Remembrall up to the sunlight and drawled. Wow, look at this. Our poor, Forgetful little Longbottom has lost his treasure again. Several Slytherin students laughed. Arya stepped forward and reached out to Draco. Give it to me. Draco pouted, and just as he was about to hand it over, Harry's voice came over. That's Neville's, Draco. Give it back to him. Draco's hand instantly recoiled. He turned to look at Harry, a provocative glint in his gray-blue eyes. I won't. If you've got the nerve, come and get it yourself. As he finished speaking, he grabbed his broomstick and mounted it. With a command of, up, the broomstick rose steadily into the air, flying a dozen feet off the ground, looking down at Harry from above. Draco, come down. Arya called out, looking up. The rebellious streak in this child's bones was truly easily ignited. You're helping him again. Draco puffed out his cheeks indignantly, then looked at Harry. What's the matter, Harry? Are you afraid? Or is it that the famous savior can't even control a broomstick? Harry, ignore him. Hermione grabbed Harry's sleeve. You haven't learned to fly yet, it's too dangerous. Harry didn't speak. He looked at Draco in the air, watched the red remembrall in his hand, then looked at Arya, and immediately bent down to pick up his own broomstick. Harry! Hermione cried out anxiously. Harry mounted his broomstick and pushed off the ground hard. The broomstick whooshed into the air, although it wobbled, it remained steady. Draco's eyes lit up. Yo, you actually dare to come. He turned his broomstick around and flew toward the other side of the castle. He wasn't going fast, clearly provoking him on purpose. Harry gritted his teeth, leaned forward, and tried hard to control his direction as he chased after him. The two flew one after the other, skimming over the grass and flying over the greenhouses. Harry! Come back quickly! Ron shouted, jumping up and down on the ground. Arya gripped her wand tightly, her eyes locked on the air, ready to cast a spell at any moment. Draco glanced back at the approaching Harry, grinned, and suddenly threw the remembrall hard into the distance. The glass ball traced an arc, plummeting straight toward a window on the third floor of the castle. Almost without thinking, Harry accelerated, chasing after the remembrall. The wind whistled past his ears, and the stone wall of the castle approached rapidly before his eyes. It looked like he was about to crash, and Arya's heart instantly jumped into her throat. Just as he was a few feet from the window, Harry leaned sharply to the right. The broomstick turned rapidly, sliding almost against the wall. He stretched out his right hand with all his might, and a second before the remembrall was about to hit the window frame, he caught it firmly in his palm. The broomstick carried him in a large circle in the air, and he landed slowly. Harry was panting, his palms sweaty, but the remembrall was held intact in his hand. He looked down at Arya on the ground and grinned with a brilliant smile. Arya's hanging heart finally dropped, and she smiled back at him. But no one knew that behind the very window Harry had just nearly crashed into, Professor McGonagall was holding a quill, her eyes wide, staring intensely through her spectacles at Harry, who had just completed the drifting catch in the air. The assignment book in her hand dropped onto the desk with a thud. Harry grabbed his broom and landed back on the grass. The moment his feet touched the ground, the surrounding Gryffindor students surged forward in a wave, instantly surrounding him. Harry, that was so cool just now. That wall-hugging turn. How on earth did you do that? You almost crashed into it just now, you're way too brave. A flood of praise, all talking at once, washed over Harry, drowning him. He stood in the center of the crowd, his fingers still tightly clutching the remembrall, his face slightly flushed, but his eyes shining alarmingly bright. He pushed through the crowd, walked straight up to Arya, and held the remembrall up high. His voice was filled with barely contained excitement and a hint of seeking praise. See, I got it. Looking at his sweaty state, Arya couldn't help but smile. Well done, Harry. Just that single affirmation made the corners of Harry's mouth instantly stretch to his ears. That proud look was even more dazzling than when he'd performed the risky maneuver moments before. Draco, not far away, saw this scene clearly. His fingers tightened on the broom handle with such force it seemed he might crush the wood. Harry got to show off in front of Arya again. He was just about to open his mouth to make some sarcastic remark when a figure hurried out from the castle entrance. Black robes perfectly straight, pointed hat pulled low, an expression so stern it could freeze the entire Black Lake. It was Professor McGonagall. The students gathered around Harry instantly fell silent, instinctively parting to make a path. Professor McGonagall walked up to Harry. Her gaze from behind her spectacles fixed on him, she watched in silence for several seconds. Harry Potter, come with me, she said, her voice still crisp and decisive. Harry was stunned, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance, their faces filled with worry. Professor, Harry didn't mean to, Hermione hurriedly began to explain. I didn't ask you, Miss Granger, Professor McGonagall interrupted her gaze returning to Harry, her tone leaving no room for argument. Now, Potter. Harry instinctively looked towards Arya. Seeing her give a slight nod, he suppressed his anxiety and followed Professor McGonagall towards the castle, his back view betraying his nervousness. The moment their figures disappeared behind the door, Draco immediately felt he had regained the upper hand. He drawled his words, his voice loud enough for everyone around to hear. It seems our great savior is about to lose points for Gryffindor again. Violating flying class rules, that's at least 50 points to start, right? Ron exploded the moment he heard this. Shut up, Malfoy. If you hadn't thrown Neville's thing around, Harry wouldn't have had to fly up at all. Oh, so it's my fault now. Draco raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Did I force him to chase it? Or did I make him perform stunts? He wanted to play the hero himself. Who can he blame? You. Ron was so angry he was speechless. Ron. Hermione promptly grabbed his arm, reminding him in a low voice. Don't bother with him. We need to get to herbology class. We'll be late if we don't go now. Ron shot Draco a fierce glare. Draco responded with a smug, insincere smirk. Arya sighed and looked at Draco. Meeting her gaze, Draco immediately lifted his chin, putting on a stubborn, I'm not wrong, what can you do about it, expression. You. Hurry up and get ready for the next class. Arya shook her head helplessly, turned, and followed Hermione and Ron towards the greenhouse. Draco watched her retreating figure, gave a haughty huff, and also followed, bringing Crabbe and Goyle along. The herbology classroom was set up in Greenhouse 3. When they arrived, Professor Sprout hadn't come yet. Arya had just found a seat and sat down when the classroom door was pushed open with a bang, and Harry rushed in, panting. The anxiety on his face had completely vanished, replaced by excitement he couldn't possibly hide, his eyes practically glowing. He quickly scanned the room, spotted Arya at once, and immediately walked over to sit beside her. Arya. Ron. Hermione. He kept his voice extremely low but couldn't suppress the tremor in his tone. Guess what Professor McGonagall took me to do? Ron immediately leaned in, his face full of confusion. Not to take points. Of course not. Harry's voice rose sharply before he quickly covered his mouth and lowered his volume. She took me to see Wood. Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Hermione blinked, looking puzzled. So, Harry took a deep breath, almost unable to contain his excitement. Professor McGonagall is letting me join the Quidditch team. As the Seeker. She said I fly just like Charlie Weasley. Ron, Charlie's your brother, right? Ron's mouth instantly formed an, oh. After 2 seconds, he shot up from his seat, his voice astonishingly loud. Really? First years aren't allowed on the Quidditch team. That's the rule. You've broken the rule, Harry. His shout made half the classroom turn to look, but Ron didn't care at all. He turned around, deliberately facing the direction where Draco had just entered the classroom, and announced in a volume meant for the whole room to hear. Merlin's beard, Harry. You're going to be the Seeker. The Gryffindor team's Seeker. Draco, who had just stepped into the classroom, halted abruptly. His expression froze instantly, then visibly darkened. Crabbe and Goyle, following behind him, looked at Draco's livid face, then at the cheering Ron, and wisely kept their mouths shut. Draco walked over and sat down in the area where the Slytherin students were gathering. He slammed his bag onto the desk with a heavy thump, startling several nearby Hufflepuff students who peeked over. Arya looked at Draco's sour face that screamed, the whole world owes him 500 galleons, and silently lit a candle for him in her mind. Just then, the classroom door opened again, and Professor Sprout walked in, carrying a pot of peculiarly shaped plant. The plant had thick, faintly blue-hued leaves, with a few small orange flowers at the top, looking particularly cute. All right, settle down, everyone, Professor Sprout said, placing the pot on the lectern and dusting the soil from her hands with a kind smile. Today, we're going to learn about a very practical magical plant, Dittany. She pointed to the plant on the lectern and asked, "Can anyone tell me the primary use of Dittany?" Hermione's hand shot up almost before she finished speaking. Miss Granger. Dittany leaves and sap have powerful healing properties, especially effective for treating wounds and burns, Hermione answered fluently and accurately. It can also be used to make essence of Dittany, a staple potion in the hospital wing. Perfectly correct. Professor Sprout beamed with delight. She paused before continuing. Dittany is a gentle yet remarkably effective herb. Its cultivation requires special attention to light and soil acidity. Unfortunately, Harry and Ron were in no mood to listen. The two huddled together, with Ron gesturing animatedly as he explained Quidditch rules to Harry, how crucial the Seeker was, the value of the Golden Snitch, and Charlie's glorious past achievements on the team. Harry, Ron. Arya gently nudged Harry with her elbow. They both turned to look at her simultaneously. Pay attention to the class, Arya whispered, her tone carrying a note of admonishment. There's a lot about Dittany. It's definitely going to be on the final exam. Harry immediately sat up straight, grabbed his quill, and began taking notes seriously. Ron looked at Harry, then at Professor Sprout, who was engrossed in her lecture on the podium. He pursed his lips and slowly opened his textbook as well. Across the room, Draco's gaze seemed fixed on the lectern, but his quill dug a deep, angry line across his parchment, leaving a thick ink stain. Seeker. Harry was made the Seeker. He remembered his father saying that those of the Malfoy family were born to stand on the Quidditch pitch, the center of everyone's attention. He had planned to try out for the Slytherin team in his second year, but now Harry had been made an exception in his first year. Draco couldn't help but glance towards the Gryffindor side again. Arya was bent over her notes. The greenhouse sunlight filtering through the glass ceiling fell on her profile, softening it impossibly. Harry sat beside her, listening and writing, occasionally turning his head to whisper something to her, looking exceptionally close. Draco quickly averted his gaze, staring fixedly at the illustration of Dittany in his textbook. He felt the little orange flower was utterly, completely irritating to look at. Professor Sprout's explanation continued. So, when handling Dittany leaves, everyone must wear dragon-hide gloves. While its sap can heal, direct contact with the skin can cause mild allergic reactions. The Hufflepuff students were listening with particular attentiveness, many of them diligently taking notes. The greenhouse was filled with the fragrance of earth and plants. Sunlight spilled over rows of lush green plants, reflecting a warm glow. Everything looked so peaceful and serene. Except for the area within a 3-foot radius of a certain blonde-haired young master in the Slytherin section, where the atmosphere was so oppressive it could almost freeze the air. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.